Welcome to the Vault Excel. Thank you for joining me. Good evening, Miss Justice, Kate. Thank you all for joining me. This is live number 2. Please check the YouTube queue for my recent video pertaining to Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She was just released from prison for the conspiring of a murder of her own mother. The other co-conspirator, Mr. Godejan, is still incarcerated with no chance of parole. I have polls on my channel pertaining to this subject matter. Please take the polls. One was posted today, and if you go back 6 days, there are questions pertaining to regret, remorse of both parties, how her life will be. As I responded to somebody just now in the comment section, I don't know, maybe they got their panties in or not. I don't know. She can say whatever she wants to say, do whatever she wants to do. Hey, I really don't care. I think most people should know that now. If you don't really know the queen, probably best you don't respond. I don't care what anybody does. Just let me make that clear. I'm a content creator. I bring content. I bring commentary. You don't have to agree. You don't even have to like the commentary. Hell, you don't even have to respond. That'd be fine with me. The point is, it's a breaking news story, and I ask questions about what a person has done, what they have said. But in the end, you're entitled to your opinion, and you're entitled to think however you want about a subject matter. It's not that serious. I always ask questions because what would be the purpose in bringing commentary to a subject matter and you don't ask questions? It's not that serious. Thank you for joining me. Summer Wells, Lord have mercy. 2.5 years, no updates, no arrest, no public announcements by TBI or Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. This case took a dramatic turn that possibly nobody saw coming when the information was released to the public that she was missing. And along with that release of a child being missing in the holler, people just lost their damn minds. Inboxing the parents, inviting them to come up on their channels, the YouTubers, random people messaging them. Gossip, he said, she said, they said, the dog said, Ray said, Bubba said. And as I've always told people, in the end, where is Summer? It was nothing but a Hee-Haw show. Buffoonery pertaining to a little girl. And I'll say this here, as I've always said. Some of you all's behavior was just as asinine as the parents. Because in the end, you don't know these people. And there's nothing wrong with being curious to a storyline. But there has to be a fine line drawn at some point. And I saw this with the Camille McKinney case. Her case, as I said, was the first case that brought me the most viewership. I've got one video just on the subject matter that's almost at 100,000 views. It's the only video in my YouTube videos that I have that many views. That's how poignant that case was, and people all over the world were immersed in the case of a little black girl missing out of Birmingham, Alabama. I never knew how crazy people were until I talked about that little black girl. And the only person that had a problem with the queen really was the biological mother. She didn't like the queen. She didn't like the things I was saying about her. And as I talked about her briefly in my Gypsy Rose video, I don't care. Because I call a spade a spade. She may not have hurt her child. People thought she did, though. But 2 suspects were identified. My point is that if you're paying attention to your children, 2 suspects, 1 suspect wouldn't find your baby. Checkmate. You do right by your kid, you have no reason to be killing your kid, selling your kid, bartering your kid. Oh, you see where I'm going. I call it as I see it. And what I see, you may not see. That's fine. But don't expect me to ride on a donkey's ass because you ride on it. I'll pass. Same buffoonery here in the holler, East Tennessee, of a little white girl missing. Oh, did y'all show y'all ass out? Did you not? I got to talk to Don. I got to talk to Candace. I got to see what's going on. I got to talk to Boy H. I got to talk to Allie. I got to talk to Fred. I got to talk to Jody Sue. I gotta. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. Should you have? Oh my goodness. Everybody got a microphone. They're doing live streams. I mean, these people probably never thought about being a YouTuber or making YouTube content up until the little girl went missing. Everybody jumping on there making content about a little girl because they see everybody else talking about it in the YouTube queue. Well, let me put some videos up here. Let me try to get to 1,000 so I can partnership with YouTube and get me some coins. Hey, it ain't nothing wrong with that because as I keep telling you, this is a hustle. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're talking about how to play checkers. It's a hustle, one way or the other. And everything's about interpretation. But some of you just got outrageous with this case. Coming down here to Tennessee, wanting to show your ass and let everybody know you here. Y'all down there in front of the driveway at the Wells domain. Y'all over at the place where he worked, Mr. Wells, because somebody gave you the 411 where he worked, which that was wrong. Because let's be truthful. Children go missing every day. People murder people every day. Don't nobody show up to their job hooping and hollering with bullhorns and cussing and fussing. Because I can tell you, like I told some of you, and you know I don't care about offending no damn body. You wouldn't have done that where I live. You wouldn't have had no bullhorns with the people I know. You wouldn't have standing outside nobody's job. You wouldn't have standing outside somebody's house because all of you little pingers would have been laying face the fuck down. Cranberry, thank you. Sorry I pronounced your name wrong in the other lives. You got to know your place. See, that's what's wrong with some of you. You don't know your place. I was just reading a comment. I think it was earlier today. Because, you know, I tell you, I get my times mixed up. You know, I'm kind of like Candace and Boy H. I'm losing track of time. It's probably old. It's probably because I'm getting on up there in age. I'm middle age, but my memory is getting a little lax to some degree in certain things. But see, I forgot what I just said. Just that quick. I done forgot what the hell I was getting ready to say. This is bad. I need to see a doctor about this because this is not good. I did good to make it back to the house. I do know where the hell I live. Maybe there's a rhyme and reason to this not remembering stuff when it comes to talking about true crime. But maybe it's the good Lord saying it's time to quit talking about that nonsense. It ain't going nowhere. Hello, sweetie. Hello, darling. I'll drop the link, sweetie, if you want to come up here and give your assertion of this case. Because everybody acts like they're so scared to come up here. Why, I don't know. Why y'all love chatting in that chat. But anyway, just the foolishness. And I didn't agree with it. Just like I didn't agree with the foolishness that went on with Quentin Simon. Because everybody's entitled to live free of drama. And that's what some of you don't understand. A person pays rent every month, pays a mortgage every month. They don't want to hear you out there screaming and hollering at Don Wells and this person and that person and Quentin Simon's mama, grandmama. You don't get it. That bullshit about I got a right to free speech. I got a right. Well, there's a fine line with having civil rights. There's a fine line. Just like the person in the comment section. She can say whatever she wants. Talk about Gypsy Rose. Well, but guess what? There's a repercussion sometimes with talking. Sometimes best to be quiet. Move in silence. Some people don't know how to do that. And social media has given people that tool to just become outrageous. And that's what you saw here with Summer Wells, and you're still seeing it. hooping and hollering and fussing and cussing and, you did it, you killed your baby. I mean, really? And as I said, a homeowner doesn't want to hear that because they pay a mortgage every month. That's their right to peace and quiet. There's nothing to do with Summer Wells. Because once you start messing with my peace of mind, I done forgot all about that little girl missing. That's how I rock. And I get it. People want answers. And as I said, I can see people jumping off the deep end that's related to Summer or any missing person, such as your mama went missing. And now you're going by the house, banging on the door of the house where she lived with the husband, the boyfriend. Yeah, you feeling some type of way. But guess what? In you feeling right with yelling and screaming out there in the front yard, you are still disturbing the peace. And how's that fair to the neighbors? Because you want answers. Honey, I already got a drink. Shut your mouth. That's what you all don't understand. Because a lot of you are hypocrites. You'll say, well, they need to be out there. We need justice. Okay, but ain't nobody standing out in front of your fucking front yard hollering and screaming. Ain't nobody standing outside your condo building, your tractor trailer home, shed, hooping and hollering, got signs, baby killer, this and that. You're not going to want to hear that shit every day. You're not going to want people driving up on your lawn like what they did with the laundries. That was just utter disrespect down there in Florida. And the news, they can be invasive as well. All in your face, following you from the house to the grocery store, schoolhouse. We get it. You want to know something. You want an answer. You want somebody to respond. But, people are not obligated to tell you anything. And the Summer Wells case is an example of utter foolishness. People jumping from channel to channel, passing gossip in the chat, running back telling the creator what Pookie said on this channel. You know, I don't really care what other people say on other YouTube channels because I don't watch other YouTubers. I might sit in the chat and in the bushes and listen and never say a word. A person don't even know I've ever been on their channel because I move in silence. I move in silence. I don't have to prove anything. And I don't owe anybody an explanation. I didn't need to go run up to Rogersville. I live in Tennessee. So think about that for a second. I care about the child. I care about her brothers. I don't know them, but they're children. They're children of God. They are my earthly brothers and sisters. But I don't have to go to Rogersville to prove a point. I don't have to stand outside 110 to prove a point. I don't have to go bang on their door to prove a point. I don't have to go bang on the door of the sheriff's office. I don't have to go bang on the door of the Justice Center office, the city council. I don't have to do that. I just read somebody said, oh yeah, I just called up there to Ronnie Lawson office or whatever and asked, is there an update? I think they said they hung up or didn't answer or something. Because they don't owe you an explanation. Don't you get it? They don't owe you an explanation. They don't owe anybody an explanation. But all this running around, stalking these people to make a fucking video. How does that make sense to some of you? Please make me understand. How does that make sense? To be running around with a phone, camera, chasing people who could have killed a kid, yelling baby killer, this and that, getting yourself hoarse in 2 minutes to be rushed to ICU to make a YouTube video. That makes sense to you? And some people were on board. People were in the chat. When I had a lot of people watching my content 2 years or so ago, people being mods. Then you find out they're right there with the shit. And I already told that person then, I'm not with none of that. And then when I found out they were down there with the dream team, I was like, wow, this is what you're about? This is your idea of justice for a child? Justice? Yeah, I said that. And all the backlash between the YouTubers and the chat. YouTubers stabbing each other in the back. Chat members trying to get buddies with YouTubers personally. It doesn't work. Trust me. I speak from experience. The commingling with YouTubers and chat members, it doesn't work. And I hate to say this, but it's truth. There's something ill with people who are following true crime. I'm not speaking from a myth. I'm not speaking from an assumption. I'm speaking from what I've seen, heard, and experienced myself. There's something ill about people who watch true crime. And you may not admit that about yourself. But if you're out here stalking these people, following them, trying to find out where they live, their 401k, their birth date, this and that, mama, sister, brother, cousin, you're going through all their Facebook friends, trying to talk to people and chase them, you need to ask yourself, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because that's not normal. Oh, I can help you get information. If you ever need anybody to help you gather information, hell no. I don't need you to help me do anything because I'm not invested like that to try to find out anything about what these people are doing and not doing. Oh, I just want to let you know the whales aren't at the house. Okay, and I don't care. I don't care if they're in Arkansas. I don't care if they're in New York. You see, I don't give the whales status. Some of you do. I don't. I don't repeat what they said endlessly because they're liars to me. And there comes a point when some of you need to just come out of this fog you're in and get it together. The stuff I've seen these people do when they was on the ground can get you killed. Chasing people, banging on doors and hooping and hollering and using bullhorns. I thought, what the fuck is wrong with these people? How is this justice? And then look at it, 2.5 years later, there's not even an arrest. Oh, I'm doing something. I'm important. I'm helping with the Summer Wells investigation. I am important. You're not important. You are just a fly on the wall. A fly. A flea. How about that? A little dusty ass flea. Using the case to get all you can out of it. And who you donate your money to, who you watch on YouTube, that's your business. But as I keep telling people, don't get mad when they start doing and saying things you don't like, and then all of a sudden now they're public enemy number one. But you was upholding them. And I've seen it time and time again. People coming in the chat now. Oh, I'm so glad you're back on the case. I'm so glad you're back on the case. I didn't ever leave the case. I just don't have the time to talk about Summer Wells every day. There's too much going on in the world for me to sit up and talk about one kid missing. I didn't build a channel on Summer Wells, and I'm not going to end my channel on Summer Wells. I don't have time to talk about all the people who've immersed themselves in the case, running around looking like ducks out of water. Everybody got a fucking YouTube channel. Everybody's interviewing people that said, I got something to tell you about Don. I got something to tell you about Pookie. All this Jody Sue, that Doug guy, Allie, Boy H. You went looking for Jose. I mean, just one clown show after the other. And then in the end, with all the digging, hunting these people down, what do you have? Besides a lot of views for your video? Nothing. There's nothing. Nothing about this little girl. I mean, nothing. And then the sick part of it is, these people enjoy people chasing them around and wanting to interview. Well, I was just wondering, I know you may have worked with Don or you knew Candy. I'd like to talk to you and blah, blah, blah. And then you get all your little information and you set up your camera work or your StreamYard and you talk to these people. And then what? Then people start dissecting the stuff that they're saying. Then you don't know if you want to believe these people or not. You have to ask yourself, how does it get to this point, that point, from a child missing? What is the end all to it? Then you got the parents crying to the news. Oh, my wife, oh, she trusted the wrong people. They turned on her and she trusted those YouTubers. But you're steady talking to the YouTubers. Who complains about a YouTuber but steady talking to another YouTuber, then a new YouTuber, then an old YouTuber? But they're the enemy. But yet you're right there in their face wanting to be on their panels. But this shows you how crazy the world is. Such buffoonery, hypocrisy. They're out to get us. We don't feel safe. Our kids aren't safe here. No, motherfucker, your kids ain't safe with you. The hell you gonna say your kids ain't safe up on the hill, Mr. Wells? You got a whole baby missing. YouTuber is the least of your problems. Yes, added confusion. Exactly. Every comment in the chat is something the Wells have said. If you go down anybody's video pertaining to Summer Wells, it starts off with Don Wells said, Candace said, Boy H said, Dougie said, Jody Sue said, Jose said, Fred said, Robin said. But yet, what did Summer say? That's the point. Utter meddling. To no avail. No little girl, no arrest, no nothing. I've often asked myself, how do you people sleep at night? How do you feel good about running up to these psychopaths' house, stalking them and running to the church? And the church is sacred. And that's how I feel about it. I don't play no games with the church. You can say what you want about that church they went to. You don't know those people. You don't know anything about the church. You don't know anything about nobody in that damn church. And nobody had any right bothering those people in the church. And nobody had any right recording anything in the church. You are out of line. And I'm going to tell you something about anybody that went and did that. You're going to pay for that. You best believe that. You're going to pay for stepping your tail up in that church, recording anything in the church. Because it's blasphemous to go playing those mind games in the Lord's house. It's not the place for that. And you're meddling with people who probably knew nothing about the Wells. They just knew they went to the church. Does not mean I know you because you go to my church or we go to the same church. Anybody can go to church. That doesn't mean you know the people in the church. So this is why you don't mess with the people in the church. You got a receipt that somebody did something wrong or nefarious to this child, then bring the damn receipt. You ain't got no receipt, you don't have no business messing with those church people. This is why I said this case got way out of control. I've seen a lot of bullshit, but I do not condone nobody messing with church people. That is off limits. And that shows me you don't have any respect for yourself. And I know a lot of people who get jiggy And I'm telling you, the stuff I saw that went on at 110 and all that boots on the ground, heels on the ground bullshit, you wouldn't have done that to some people I know. Oh, I can tell you what would have happened had you went knocking at their door. They would have beat the brakes off you. They would have beat the brakes off of you. And they would have called everybody they knew. And it would have been gang style. Do you hear me? There would have been a lot of bloody people lying on the ground. All because you want to show off and make a YouTube video. You people don't have any respect for yourself. You don't think. It may be entertaining to some people. Girl, you got to go turn on the channel, girl. Girl, they done went over to the house, girl. They sitting outside in lawn chairs, girl. Girl, they camped out at the house all night, girl. Girl, they done went over to the job, girl. Girl, you got to see it. They done went to the job, honey. They yelling and hollering and screaming. They got bullhorns. Woo, Lord, girl, child. They found what Donna Wells worked, girl. Yeah, but guess what? What would have been the gist of the story is if somebody had to turn the tables on the people on the ground and started following them. And started waiting outside their hotel and Airbnb. Start damaging cars, flattening tires. You see, you have to be very careful the roads that you travel. Because you might get that back. Whether these people hurt the little girl or not, you're still disturbing the peace. And there's people who get gangster style just because. Oh, this ain't about Summer Wells. I got beef with you. You on my lawn. You near my driveway. You waking me up. You got to think. How is this going to help the case of finding a little girl? How is this helping her brothers? It's not. It didn't. And I'm sure when they go into YouTube Q, those kids, they've probably sneaked around and watched YouTube. And they're probably mortified at the stuff that we have said about their parents. Things we've said about their sister, things we've said about them. As Candace once said to Mr. Madonna about Allie, she don't know what my kids be doing. She don't know. She ain't with me every day, but she knows enough. Such as Boy H. But people will think that they know. And that's where it becomes dangerous. The meddling, the signifying, the reaching out, calling people jobs, calling their employer. You feel like, well, I'm going to make these people suffer. But the flip side of it is, who are you to make them suffer? And I understand it. We all can become vengeful. But you also have to remember that what you're doing to the Wells, to that degree, you're going to get that same treatment back yourself. See, that's the thing that we don't think about when we exact revenge. Oh, I want to get them. I want to get them. But you should know you're going to get that back too. So as you're sitting up here plotting ways to get back at Candace and Dawn, to get them fired, to get them, whatever it is you're trying to do, you are just pointing those fingers back at yourself to get the same bad fucking luck. Because it happens. It's the universe. She has to get the payback. And she's going to get it. I think you can see that from all the horrible things that are happening right now in the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis. The earth is angry. Or one could say, it's just doing its thing. I really don't like talking about true crime, to be frank. I've told myself this. I am not gaining anything by talking about dead people and missing people. I'm just not. I'm not your average YouTuber. And I'm glad I'm not. because you have to draw the line somewhere. And it gets old. All the backstabbing and the hypocrisy, and the 1 minute they like you, the next minute they don't. It's like being in high school. I didn't have these problems in junior high. I didn't have these problems in high school. I didn't have these problems in college. So why the hell should I be dealing with this to have a YouTube channel? I'm not trying to impress anybody. But this is what it's like. Up here, it's no different than, I guess, how the whales feel. One day they like us, the next day they don't. One day they support us, the next day they don't. Because that's what it's like, making content. One day the views are up, the next day nobody watches the videos. People unsubscribe. You say something they don't like, you curse, up, unsubscribe, up, she said this, I don't like her, up. It's like you can't win. And I'm not accused of knocking off a kid. That's what's so crazy about the story. I'm not her parents. I didn't have custody of Summer Wells. So why am I paying the piper? Because people are crazy. You don't want to be like these people, because there's a high probability that they did hurt their child. And you're going out here to the street acting just as barbaric as the whales. How does that make any sense? You can't throw daggers and then behave just like the people you're throwing daggers at. Oh, they did this. They killed her. They buried her. She drowned. Oh. And then it's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Get yourself together. Because I'm telling you, payback is a motherfucker. You're going to get all that back. There comes a point when you have to say to yourself, I probably shouldn't be doing this. I probably shouldn't be meddling with these whales. I probably shouldn't be meddling with these neighbors. Because let me tell you all something, and I've said this before in my live stream pertaining to going in people's inboxes and going into people's houses and meeting people. You don't really know Don and Candace. You only know what you've heard about them and what you've seen from live streams, but that's still not knowing them. You've gotten a glimpse, but you don't know them. Imagine other people being in the holler similar to the whales, just hypothetical. And you're sitting here messaging them, telling them who you are. Hey, I'd like to talk to you. I could bring you some coffee or pizza over. They oblige you. And you go sit in their house and don't know them from a can of paint. I want you to think about what I just said. Going inside a stranger's house in the forest, because that's exactly what the holler is, the damn forest. Sitting up in these strangers' houses that are neighbors of the whales or live in that community. And you don't even think for 1 minute that these people could actually be friends with the whales. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now imagine sitting there, drinking coffee, eating a brownie. You're asking all these questions about the whales and Summer and the kids. And then all of a sudden, hell, they might bring out a rope, a gun, a knife, a chainsaw. Or what are you going to do? What are you going to do? They flip on you and turn on you, and you're sitting there looking like a damn fool. You have to be very careful in reaching out to people about a story, especially when you're dealing with possibly a murder, because you don't know people. My example of that would be Dashina Kyle. She went missing a few years ago. We later learned she was discarded at the boyfriend's grandmother's house or great grandmother's house. And I took you all on that journey months last year when I went to the apartment complex where she lives. I filmed there. I interviewed neighbors who happened to be neighbors that were above her at the time of her disappearance. And I also took you out to the house where she was discarded. And I'm telling you, my right hand to God, when I turned on the street that led to that old lady's house where the girl was found discarded, my heart sank just like it did when I went out to the holler to talk about Chad Carr. And whenever you get a sinking feeling to where you feel scared, your heart is racing, that's the Lord trying to tell you something. That you probably should not be back there. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because when I pulled up, there were people in the yard next to the house. They were loud, drinking, whatever the hell they had going on. And I didn't know those people from a can of paint, and they didn't know me. And then they're asking me, who am I and what team I was on? So see, that right there should have scared me shitless right there. And let me tell you, it did. Because I didn't know where this was getting ready to go. Are you with the family of the victim or the suspect? That's what they asked me, the lady. I said, ma'am, I'm just a YouTuber filming the house. I'm just showing the house. I'm not getting ready to talk to this lady. I don't know her. For all I know, that could have been his cousin, the suspect's cousin, auntie, any damn thing. Then they had this damn pit bull running around loose. I was scared. I couldn't even gather my thoughts to do the video because once I see a dog, I can't see past go. Because I didn't want to be walking up toward the house to film and then that damn pit bull come run over, knock me down, chew me up. And then they started arguing while I was there, which frightened me a bit because I didn't know what the hell was going on with them. And then the area where I was horrible. The street was horrible. It dead ends, dilapidated houses on every side, junkyards. I mean, it's the worst case of hoarders / helter-skelter. And I told myself, I see why he brought her back here and discarded her. He knew. Ain't nobody getting ready to tell nothing back here. Ain't nobody getting ready to say nothing. Exactly. Because what you have to ask yourself is, when he took her body back there and took it in a what they call a tool trunk. I guess it's the stand-up kind. The kind of the tool trunk that's got the wheels. First thing I thought was, well, how big was the tool trunk? How did he fit her in it? And why the fuck these people didn't notice him pulling up to a dilapidated house, wheeling in a damn trunk that he put in the crawl space? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, tool chest. So these people just so happen to be out when Angela pulls up to question what I'm doing. Well, where the fuck were they at when he went and brought that body and stuffed it under that damn crawl space? That's what I'm talking about. That everybody don't tell on people. Even when they see and notice something suspicious, they don't say anything. Exactly. See nothing, say nothing, mind your own. And that's the feeling I got when I turned on the street. The street is horrible looking. And this is no disrespect to the people who live there. But I wouldn't take a dog back there. I wouldn't take a cat back there. I wouldn't take a human back there. That's how scary that street is. It dead ends, and most of the houses on the street are not pretty houses. They are horrible looking. And his house, his great grandmother's house or whatever, it sits next to the last house at the end of the where it stops. It just stops. It dead ends. And you're sitting here with high shrubbery of houses that you don't know somebody lives there or not, and it's got trucks and cars all in the yard across the street, and you're saying to yourself, dear God, what the hell is this back here? That scared me worse than me going out to Oliver Springs, Clinton, to that halfway house to talk about Chad Carr. I was nervous out there filming because, I didn't want the police messing with me and asking me, what are you doing? Why are you standing out here filming in this house? But nothing prepared me for going back there to that damn house. The place is scary as fuck. The grass has grown so high that you don't even have a driveway anymore. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you? There's not even a driveway. They have let the house sit, the family members, whoever owns it, I don't know. They have let the house sit, and they have let the earth succumb the house. So he knew where to take the dead body. That's the message I'm trying to send to some of you. That sometimes you got to know when to fold, because you don't know what type of situation you may get in searching for people in a true crime story, reaching out to them, trying to be their friend, trying to get information from them, trying to make videos about them. You just don't know what you're going to encounter in trying to bring the story to life. You may end up getting yourself hurt. And that's why I didn't have any respect for those people that were on the ground messing with Don and Candace. I can't respect that. I just can't. I don't have to like the Wells. It doesn't matter what I think of the Wells. I'm not getting ready to go to Rogersville and bother those people. I can gladly watch from afar and make my own assumptions about them. I could be right. I could be wrong. But I'm not getting ready to stalk them. I'm not getting ready to go follow them around. I thought about that today. I said, could you drive to Rogersville and just sit at the edge of the drive and do what exactly? Or would you walk up that driveway and go knock on their door? And then what if they open the door? Somebody's there. Then what do I say? Sit in the vicinity of the house and wait to see if I see them, and follow them around with a camera to see what they get into. And I'm sure some people probably have tried to do that. But is it worth the risk? That's what you have to tell yourself. Is it worth the risk? YouTubers, let me talk to you all for a second. You've seen their behavior, especially the father, coming up on your panel, talking and cursing and calling people niggers and bitches and all this type of nonsense. What did you gain from that? Oh, I'm not biased. I'm not this. I'm just trying to find a little girl. But you can't say you're trying to find Summer if you're entertaining her father being belligerent on a panel. And then another YouTuber will go in behind that one and behind that one and behind that one. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on and on and on. But your message is that you're trying to help find Summer. I'm trying to find out what happened to her. How are you trying to help the little girl by aiding the father in foolishness? That makes no sense to me. You see how the father has behaved, but yet you still will reach out to Don and say, oh, yes, you're welcome to come up on my panel. You're welcome to talk to me. Talk about what? Yes, Crin Bear, that's a great point. Imagine all the videos we've made negative about the Wells. And we later find out they didn't have anything to do with it. Because I thought about that recently. I thought about that case in Savannah with the lady who was found in the forest. And many of us thought her daughter was involved because the daughter had a drug problem. And the daughter had just got on Georgia soil. Not even 2 or 3 days before the mother went out there and was found dead. And Some of us thought she was involved. She was involved. She and the boyfriend, they did this. They did this. But they said it was, I guess, accidental or whatever. Or, I don't know, on purpose. She burned herself. Because in the end, we don't know these people. We don't know that lady. We didn't know that lady. We don't know if she was into drugs or whatever she was into for her to go out in that forest and do all this. You've got her on camera by herself, coming and going. You have no proof that the daughter was involved, because that's the whole point of an investigation. You got to prove these people are involved, whoever you think is involved. And it would be really jacked up if we find out later Don and Candace didn't have anything to do with this. I think a lot of us would be stunned. But for the meanwhile, all roads do lead to the mother, if nothing else. Her behavior is suspect. The father's behavior is suspect. And when you talk about grieving, as we know, that's not a good word to use when you're only 2 weeks into a child missing. So I always told people, you can't say grieving because we don't know that the girl was dead. We didn't know if the girl was dead or not. So anybody talking about the resurrection and this and that and grieving, how's that befitting here when we don't know if she's dead or alive? And the parents are acting very odd to have a missing child. Just very odd behavior. And I've seen a lot of people with missing families, and I haven't seen them act out like this social media, cussing and fussing and jumping on panels and stuff. This is probably my first time seeing such irate behavior of people with a missing kid. Yes, drama sells, sadly. It does. Because just like the case of Camille McKinney, Cupcake, people thought the father did it. People thought he killed the kid to get back at his ex-baby mama, April. People thought she may have done it to be with a man. And then all those rumors were wrong. Because so far, nobody else has been arrested but Patrick Stallworth and Derica Brown. And please go back in my YouTube library and check out my content, because it's lengthy pertaining to Camille McKinney. But there was a lot of gossip on Facebook about them. Other people jumped in to get their 5 minutes of fame. One young lady swore she saw the baby daddy with the baby wrapped in a blanket. They went on a high-speed chase trying to chase him. And all that was for show. She's making live streams, people following her, people showing her content on their YouTube channels for nothing. Because in the end, they got the two suspects. They were on camera that night in the park, even though it was dark. The parking lot or whatever that lured the children, lured the little girl to the truck with candy. But in this case, we don't know what they have because law enforcement hasn't showed us anything to say, yes, we've got the little girl in the car getting in or out at this time. We don't have anything. And it's not to say that they don't have anything. They just haven't told the public. But I pride myself on trying not to be like other people. I prefer to be original than a duplicate. What other people do, that's their business. I don't have to follow. And if that means I don't get any views and likes for my videos, then so be it. But I'm not getting ready to go risk my livelihood to make a video about a little girl missing and chase her parents around and chase other people around, because that's how you can get yourself killed. And in the end, would it have been worth it? Of course not. And where are those people now? With all that running and fussing and cussing, chasing after Don. Where are they now? I hear one of them doesn't even have a YouTube channel now. Don't know. I don't go looking. I keep seeing all these ugly comments and commentary on other people's networks about some of those YouTubers or people that were trying to help the case. Allegedly, this was on drugs. This was geeking, getting high. You see what I'm saying? Because the people who immerse themselves in the case, they're no different than the people who 9 times out of 10 got the little girl gone. That's the thing I've been trying to make you all understand. You're listening to people who are just like the whales. Let me say it again. You're listening to people who are just like the whales. A lot of the people who brought content and still bring content pertaining to summer, they are on the same level as the whales. And you had to watch and watch and watch to finally get it through your head. I'm sitting here looking at a damn junkie talk. I'm sitting here listening to a junkie talk. That's why the old saying goes, beware of the messenger. Because you don't even know who you're listening to. Just like you don't know the whales. It's the same game. You don't know the people that know the whales. You don't know the whales. You don't know their children. You don't know their neighbors. You don't know the people that said they are friends with them or talk to them. You don't know the YouTubers bringing the content. You don't know the people in the chat. You have no idea what you're dealing with. I have seen so much buffoonery pertaining to true crime cases. As I said, the YouTubers backstabbing other YouTubers. YouTubers backstabbing the chat getting involved with them personally outside of YouTube. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it. The next thing you know, the person, they get into an argument. Next thing you know, here comes the person from the chat. Let me tell you about the YouTuber. Then here comes the YouTuber. Let me tell you about that chat member. Then you got the mods jumping from channel to channel to channel to channel being a mod. That's a bad look. That's a very bad look. You may not think it is, but it is. Infiltrating the chat to be a mod only to do devilment. And I remember somebody said it to me a long time ago. You better be very careful about getting mods because you don't know them and they can mess your whole channel up because they've got the access to block you. And it makes a lot of sense. Because you don't know people. And the stuff I heard lately about a certain YouTuber, don't know if they still make content or not, but the stuff I heard off somebody's network the other day is so vile, I can't even begin to understand the stuff that this girl is accused of doing and why she's doing this type of stuff. So then my mind says, well, Angela, look at what you're talking about. Look at the subject matter that this person came to YouTube talking about. And now they're the talk of YouTube videos. And it's like, how do you go from talking about summer whales to now people are making content about you? That's not good. And we know that people will do it. They may not like stuff you said. So then the YouTuber decides, well, they're going to make a video about you and it's negative. I know it's been done about me. But the point is, at some point, the shit needs to die down. And a lot of the YouTubers don't care about what they show when they're going live. They don't care about nothing. Just say anything, do anything, aiding people that look guilty. And like we said, yes, you need a receipt. But then you got to ask yourself, as I just told you, what am I listening to? Maybe I shouldn't be really listening to these people because they sound like they are on the same page as the people who possibly killed the kid or killed the wife or killed the husband. You have to think about that. You don't know people. And none of us are perfect. Let me make that clear. I myself am not a perfect being. I never claimed to be. I'm just an opinionated black lady. That's it. But it's not to say that anything that I think about a story could be right or wrong. But what I'm not going to do is sell my soul to the devil for video. And I can tell you the truth because I try to be transparent when I talk about things on my channel. I don't like the fact that, as I said, people are only watching my videos now because I'm talking about Summer Wells. How is that right? I feel like I bring a lot of interesting content to this network pertaining to breaking news, and people should want to hear that content. And naturally, you're entitled to watch whatever you want to watch, but then you have to question your own self. Why am I only wanting to watch videos that's pertaining to Summer Wells? There's 1,000 things going on out here in the world. Why am I only wanting to hear crazy nonsense about a little girl missing out of the holler? I think a lot of you need to ask yourselves that. Because there's missing people everywhere. There's news that's breaking as I speak. And they don't pertain to Rogersville. And they deserve the same attention. They deserve the same respect. And let's be truthful. Every time you talk about the Wells, you repeat stuff they've said, you're giving them just what they want. Every time we make a video about something they did or said, somebody who knew them got something to say, we are feeding the beast. We have been feeding the beast. Thank you, honey. Do you want to continue to feed the beast? Just like somebody said, you know, my goodness, these people didn't know this case was going to take off in reporting their little girl missing. Hello, Paris. I'm assuming that they didn't. Maybe they thought we'll just go in, call 911, say our child is missing. That'll be the end of it. They'll do their little investigation, and then we'll move on. Let's just say hypothetical, they are involved. They just reported her missing and kept it moving. But then the things they said on TV got people to talking. Because now when I look back in hindsight, this case jumped off, I guess, just as soon as the people started talking that the kids were missing. Because I didn't come into the case until about a week and a half after Summer went missing. So at 2 weeks, you already got the sheriff and others saying people are making up stuff and passing rumors. That's bad. That's real bad. 2 weeks? How do you start gossiping and making up stuff 2 weeks of a little girl going missing? Also, the point is a YouTuber isn't going to solve the case. Sorry, it's not happening. Okay. Well, as I heard AB say the other day, people should watch who they want to watch, follow who they want to follow, listen to whoever they want to listen to. That's true, because that's your right. That's your freedom. Where I have the problem is the bone carrying. Because right now, some of you are talking about other YouTubers in the chat, and you see I've not responded. And I've told people that before. I really don't like people mentioning other YouTubers' names because it starts controversy. Because really what people are waiting on is for Angela to respond to the comment. Okay, AB. And I try not to get into that because it causes problems. 1 second, everybody. I will not give you a chance to come up and give your commentary pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells and the buffoonery and the hee-hawness of this case. We have a YouTuber in the chat, and we will see what he has to say pertaining to this diabolical case out of the holler. 1 second, everybody. Thank you all for joining me. Welcome to the Vault Excel. The link is in the chat if you would like to come up on the panel and give your opinion pertaining to the foolishness that has transpired in this investigation. Feel free to hit the link. I think I left something out. Hold on. Oh, mercy. I was typing too fast. Sorry about that. Wait a minute, AB. You know I'm not tech savvy. Pray for me. Just pray for me. Well, you thought I was done. I told you to hold on a second, dear. No, I'm not done. Just 1 hour in. I miss when we all cheered over a fundraiser. Yeah, I was going to talk about that too. I was thinking about doing a separate video pertaining to the fundraiser. I hate to open that Pandora's box because you know what? I'm going to be truthful with you guys. That's when some of you started unsubscribing, is when I had that damn woman on from the UK and they got real ugly on the panel. And I just thought, what is the deal? I just never seen so many crazy people. Hello, everybody. AB's here.
Oh, Queen.
Good seeing you. How are you?
Good. I was just listening. There's a lot of crazy shit in this
Give
case.
it to me.
But you have to understand there's exceptions to everything, right?
Okay.
And this case is an exception in current events because I believe more so that it's obvious that there's lies afoot. If you remember, the reason that we started covering it on YouTube, and I've been covering it since day one, is because the parents weren't fucking acting right.
Okay.
It was, there's a child missing and the parents aren't acting right. Why? Right away, it's of interest, especially to people in the true crime community. That's a given every single time.
Yeah.
And here it was like that. It was like that with Orson Welles. It was like that with poor young child in Las Vegas, a couple in Houston, and then she popped up.
Yeah.
And this was a no-brainer. Somebody's not, they're not acting right. Why? And it's always the same reason. So it's just a matter of time. Here's something worth watching. Put everything else aside. Everything else, when a child is missing, gets shoved to the wayside, and everybody's attention is focused on that child for a brief moment. No other rules matter. There's everything else aside, because currently, right now, there's supposed to be a child missing.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. With everything said and done as of today, are we wrong? Could we be wrong about them?
No.
Okay. Let me give you a for instance. Georgia, the mother in the woods. Remember that?
Well, hold on. Before we go on, we have to establish, could we be wrong? What does that mean?
Could we be wrong about the whales being involved? That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely 100% not. They are fucking involved for the sheer fact of there's a person who just in front of the fucking world let down every one of their children. The exact opposite thing that you are programmed as a parent to do. Absolutely not. These people are fucking involved.
And that's what always takes me back.
Their language.
That's what always takes me back to me believing that they are the boys. If I was to just not think about Summer being missing, the fact you have 3 alive children that you don't even have custody of 2.5 years in, why not?
Because they see the writing on the wall. They know what's coming.
Okay.
They're just such good bullshit artists, being lifelong criminals. They're
no, you said lifelong.
They've groomed their audience into listening to certain things a certain way. That's all.
Well, let me tell you something. I tried to be objective because sometimes I tell myself I'm being a hypocrite if I say they did something when I was wrong about that lady in Savannah. You know, the
I
one
tried that way too, but we've
set
been
herself on fire and all that old nonsense. Then there was the case in South Carolina of the little white girl that went missing, and everybody was raising hell. And I was saying to myself too, I said, why the parents won't talk to the news? I just said, damn it, it's something going on. You said she was outside for an hour. You came outside, you didn't see her. The first thing
there might be reasons not to speak to the news, but not again.
Yeah.
We want to take generalizations and apply it to this case. Every single time the answer is going to be the same. This is an exception.
Okay.
This has to do with summer, and it's this specific case. You know, it's hard to compare things like this. Like, it's hard to compare.
Okay. But I'm just saying, just from judging in general, I know how it's easy to judge, and then you find out later, because Camille McKinney, you probably never really covered that, the cupcake case.
No.
The parents were just violence, F-U-C-K. Let me tell you, it was just, oh my God. I had never seen anything so crazy. And then the West case came, and I thought, wrong. But
I know the case.
About the parents, we thought the parents were involved to some degree because you just didn't know what to think. The mother blubbering on TV. She never would tell anybody where she was when, you know, and the news people just refused to just say, well, man, were you home? Were you at your cousin's house when your little girl was out there playing? Where were you? That's what we were wanting to hear. Where were you when your little girl was out there playing with toddlers in the dark? But then we found out the mother had no involvement. The daddy had no involvement. Two strangers just so happened to be out looking for kids, because they had been doing that, gave them candy, and kidnapped the little girl.
Jesus.
And doped her up with dope. She had dope in her. I guess it would be what you would call meth or some mess and candy all mixed in. They threw her in the garbage can at the vacant apartment complex next door. The trash dump sat there for about a week because it was a construction dump. So she'd been in that dumpster all that time. Then it finally got dumped to the city dump or out in the county or whatever. And then finally, detectives talked to Derica, her alias name, and she confessed that the baby was in the dumpster. So that's when they went to the landfill and searched, and they found her. Man, you talk about deep. That's just golly.
Who was this? The McKinney?
Her name is Camille McKinney. And I've talked to the aunt. I've talked to the aunt of her other foster care children, because the girl had a lot of kids. The suspect, she had a lot of kids, and they're with the aunt now. I've talked to that aunt personally on the phone. I've talked to Derica's sister. You've probably heard her on my panel a few times. She's been up here, and
yes.
They've had a bad life. Derica was in foster care, I think, or she had a mother that was on drugs, I think. So she had a bad upbringing. So she really didn't know how to deal with being a mother.
It's going back to me now.
Yeah, okay. So she abused her children, and then the aunt stepped in and took the kids in, and then she came over there to the house one day and pulled a gun on her and kidnapped the kids, went on a high-speed chase, wrecked the car. Thank God the kids didn't get injured. But it just shows you her mindset. She was not well equipped.
What in the fuck is going on that even happens? Like, where were they living?
What do you mean, the kids?
Yeah, where did this happen? In an apartment complex?
All this took place down in Alabama.
Like in a more rural setting?
Well, Camille was playing in the projects. Her and some toddlers were out there playing. And it took another YouTuber who, I used to deal with, who somebody sent her these pictures to her to show that the kids were at another park. So we were banging our heads together trying to figure out, like, wait a minute, how many places were these kids unattended? You see what I'm saying? So hell yeah, I got a problem with the mother. You may not have killed your kid, but you not watching your kid is how she got gone to be kidnapped in the first place.
Oh, fuck. That's a worse nightmare.
You know what I'm saying? Somebody said a whole nother YouTuber pictures of the kids at a whole nother park. I Google searched the park. That park, there's no way the kids could have even walked to that park from where they were originally supposed to have been playing in the first place. So it just seems like the parents were just taking them one place, dropping them off, leaving. Pick them up, take them to the next place, leave them. You see what I'm saying? And I had one woman say in the chat, oh, that lady always leaves her kids unattended. My sister lives where she lives, and she'll be out there at 10 o'clock at night. hollering for her little girl. Who will leave a child outside 3 years old playing in the dark?
That's just, oh my God, that's a terrifying.
Listen,
that's terrifying to even think about.
If you would go to her Facebook page, I don't know if she still has the video up on her Facebook page. You could see her walking with the little girl. She's walking, talking on her phone, doing a live, and the daughter is on the bicycle. Okay, the daughter is, like a kid riding fast. She's already around the corner, AB, and the mother's steady going live talking. So it shows you have never watched your kid. You're on a live stream, and your daughter's already around the corner on a tricycle.
Maybe.
And then this is what she's saying on the live. Oh my God, this truck just drove by, a white van driving slow. I don't know who it is. See where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
So that's why people started gossiping, thinking, hey, maybe this lady set it up and got her kid taken, because they thought that was suspicious. You're going live and your kid's already around the corner. She could have got snatched up and you wouldn't even seen it.
So what's happened in that case anyway? That's 2019.
They have gone to court.
Prosecuting it.
Yeah, it's been prosecuted, yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
And they beat up Derica. The sister had told me that on the live stream. She said, well, when she first got in there, they beat her up. Of course, we didn't hear it. I didn't hear it until after the fact. And I'm sure she did get beat up.
Holy shit. This is hard to read. What? These two individuals.
Yeah, it's bad.
Kidnapped the little girl. That is difficult to fucking comprehend.
Yeah, but guess what? This is the catch. They had been out that weekend. Listen, they had been out that weekend, AB, looking for kids. They've got people that brought testimony in court. They had been in a subdivision. They had stopped 2 black girls coming from near a schoolhouse. They had been out looking for children to kidnap.
How did they verify that information?
2 kids.
It wouldn't be surprising. It's not surprising to me.
I understand.
I wonder where that information came from.
2 girls said they were trying to get them to get in their car, and I think they went and told the police.
Oh, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so fucking dastardly, isn't it?
Yeah, because let me tell you what happened. My father had once told me this, before he passed away. He said, people who get on heroin, they crave sweets. I don't know if you ever heard that.
I've heard things like that before.
Okay. So I thought about that when the person said, oh, he came into the convenience store and spent $20 on candy. So the first thing that came to my mind was he either bought the candy to lure the children, or he bought the candy because he's got an addiction, because they were getting high. So I think it might have been a combination of both. He gets the candy, eats some of the candy, also get the candy.
From a predator's aspect like this, if you have $20 worth of candy, you could use that candy to control the child in a stressful situation because of how sugar works in the mind.
Yes,
you can control them in that circumstance easier than you would.
When you go back, if you ever pull the story up, go watch the police's surveillance of the kids in the park, at the parking lot, right? You're going to see the little kids, they're bending down. They were dropping the candy for the kids to pick up. You'll see that in the video.
They were leaving a trail? That's just fucking wow.
Yeah. It was at least 3 kids. They were all babies. They were all toddlers. You could see the kids bending down. You could see 2 people. You see one person approach the children like they're saying something to the kids, and then they walk off. Then you see another person that looks a little wider approaching the children, and then you see the children following in behind the bigger person. That would be Derica, because Derica was heavyset. So they follow her to the SUV and get in. Now, you have the little boy talking on a live stream. You hear him talking, and he was saying, oh, I saw little feet get into the truck. He was hiding under the truck because they were playing like hide and go seek.
Oh my God. That's terrifying.
I think that was her son. I think that was April's son, because to this day, nobody will reveal who the little boy is, but I believe it was the victim's brother who saw his sister get in the truck.
So how are the culprits related? Were they complete strangers? Or did they
see, that's the whole thing about social media. People swore for God that the mother and the baby daddy knew them. That was the gossip. Because let me tell you, that's strange. Are you ready for this?
Sometimes it's hard not to know, when you're looking for suspects,
yeah,
and 6 degrees of separation,
and
somebody's going to recognize.
And that's where I'm going to take it. The father posts a picture to Facebook showing money, okay?
Right.
He's standing in an apartment complex parking lot. Well, some of the fans came running to me. Big Edge, go to Facebook. There's something going on between all of these people. And I kept saying, what do you mean? They were like, go look at the picture of him standing in the parking lot. The parking lot where he flashes the money, that's where the suspects lived.
Was he, were they into drugs? Like, was it a dealer's house?
Well,
or something?
They said he was a dope dealer.
Know them?
They also believe he robbed an armored truck. See, all kind of rumors were swarming about Dominic McKinney. He was a baby maker. He's going from woman to woman. He's flashing money in a picture. And then that was naturally before the little girl went missing. But if you do start to question, what are the odds of him in a parking lot of the same place where the child was taken and sexually assaulted and murdered?
There could be more than one thing going on at the same time as well.
Well, that's what people thought. People thought he may have paid them to take the girl to get back at the baby mother. That was
one way or the other. These two mofos are sexual predators. And
yeah.
It shouldn't be too hard to link it. Like, do you have to actually come down to hearsay in that circumstance? I guess it would come down to testimony in the stand, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But see, nobody came in court to say, the suspects never said, yeah, I know the mother, I know the father, they paid us. That
in a place like that, it'd be terrifying to even come forward and do that, then go home at night. You'd be like, oh shit, I think I'd shut the fuck up in a circumstance like that.
But but let me tell you something. If you go back on my old videos about this case, there's still people in the videos commenting saying, I still believe the father and the mother are involved. It's stunning to even read it. It's stunning for people to still believe that the parents are involved.
They weren't like, it's difficult when people see individuals who aren't the best of parents not keeping up with their kids, like we were saying, and then something does happen.
Yeah.
Then it comes back on the parents.
Yeah.
Even though they were victimized.
Yeah.
But you still have to give a certain amount of or blame to the circumstances leading up to that point. Like, that didn't have to happen, and that never had to happen in each and every fucking case.
Yeah.
But
and
then
see,
again,
I also wondered if Derica molested her children. I think the aunt may have mentioned that there were allegations that she also molested her own children. And I did ask her about the washing machine incident. And I said, well, is it true that your niece put one of the children in the washing machine? And she said, yeah, that was true.
I've seen some very horrific. I can't believe some of the things that I listen to, like listening to like the Misery Machine, that channel here on YouTube.
Yeah.
And some of the situations for 15 minutes. Like part of me is so offended and revolted by the content, but I understand why they're bringing it, and they do a good job. Although I think that I've got my criticisms of it. The stories are important to get out there nonetheless.
Yeah.
Because you see what's going on around you and the effects of poverty, the same old things, and the effects of the drugs in with that. And it's so difficult to watch when there's children involved, and what comes from the neglect and the absolute sadism involved, that the parents, they don't even know until the situation arises. And the circumstances that these poor kids are having to be, living in, and then wondering how they're going to turn out in a little while. Because how do you fix something like that? Just because you take them out of that environment and put them into state care, there's a whole different problem that comes from that.
Well, see, that's what happened with Derica. All her kids, the few that were left, her aunt took the kids in, because she didn't want the kids going into foster care, and that's very noble of her. And naturally, the aunt didn't want to come on my channel to speak because she was getting threats down there because she lives down there. And she was like, I can't come on, your channel because she says, you just don't know how wicked these people are down in Alabama. And I know how wicked they are because after the cupcake case started subsiding, this other YouTuber, he's no longer alive, he would talk about stuff that went on down there in Birmingham. And those people are like vultures. They give New York, Chicago, LA a run for their money. Birmingham is off the chain.
When it comes to drama and business?
Just the violence there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much
violence. From the poverty.
Yeah, it's
poverty
so much.
And a lot of people.
And Alabama has a lot of missing people because I've also brought content pertaining to another young Black girl missing from down there. And there's some nefarious business that I think is connected to Anaya Blanchard. Once I started doing my little digging, I started seeing that it's just something in her case that's connected. And I think the guy who is going to be going to trial, Yazid, I think he killed Shakira because it's something she said in one of her live streams. And I started putting the pieces together. She mentioned an initial. Well, the initial matches the guy who helped Yazid after the fact when he killed Anaya. That guy lived in Florida. And that's where Yazid went, and it's where he got apprehended. That guy and his father, they got arrested for aiding him after the fact. Well, when you go back to watch some of Shakira's live streams, she mentioned something in one of her live streams, and that guy's initial is what was mentioned in her live stream. I just put the two together that she knew them. She knew them. And she's still missing. And where is she? And we found out she also stayed with Yazid's girlfriend at one point.
You talking about Shakira, like famous Shakira?
No, her name is Shakira.
Oh, okay.
Pig Goldsmith or Goldstein, something like that. She's from New York. She ended up moving to Alabama with her.
Saying Shakira and thinking I should know it. I'm thinking,
something
happened to Shakira.
She's a young Black girl. She had a boy child. The mother's raising the son, as far as I know, and I just think I think there's a connection to her and Yazid because as we keep saying, 6 degrees of separation. What are the odds he kidnaps a young girl from a gas station, and then the Shakira girl knew him and stayed in an apartment with, I believe, his girlfriend at one point, him and her, and now she's missing. And nobody, the news people, I never hear them talk about this missing Black girl, and not connect the dots to that to Anaya Blanchard.
So he's connected to 2 missing girls?
Well, I'm saying I believe so. Anaya was found thrown off the highway, off a dirt road. But what I'm saying is Shakira, she's not getting the attention that she deserves because she stayed with his girlfriend at one point. See where I'm going now? No. She stayed in a house with them maybe a year or so before Naya got kidnapped. You can't admit there's something funky there. And the guy who she was dating,
I see what you're saying.
And the guy she was dating was the initial. I think she dated the guy who helped aid him after the fact, because I heard her talking in code one day on her live stream, and then once that Anaya case jumped off, I started jogging my memory back. Wait a minute. That guy's got the same initial, whoever guy she's talking about, because she was talking in code like, yeah, can't wait to go to such and such, can't wait to see such and such. Well, such and such's initial is the same initial as the guy who aided Yazid after he murdered Anaya. I think there's a connection.
All right. Well, we should bring it back to the Summer Wells case.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I don't know how to answer. I don't know how to answer to you because when I don't know anything about that case, man.
Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, Cranberry, you're from Birmingham? Yeah, it is bad. Yeah, I know it's bad down there.
So tell me, Queen.
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
Stop.
When you start to talk about the possibility of it not being the 15th, wouldn't it be difficult just by looking at it? What is the strongest argument right now against it possibly being? It's just because we're going off of the information provided by the parents. Mm-hmm. What about, now we're assuming, and this is assuming, of course, that proper police procedure was done, wouldn't you think that they would follow up, or were they too resource overload into trying to search for a child that was reported missing, like they were chasing a red herring, that they didn't go and collect all the tape from the DVRs from the different businesses and follow up with the calls and things like that?
So you asked me, do I think they did not do that?
Yeah. Are you? Which one are you? Do you think?
I'm gonna say TBI did all that.
Yeah.
I don't want to knock Hawkins County because that would be wrong for me to just come out and just throw them under the bus. But once TBI got involved, my better thinking is always the latter. Once you get the FBI involved, they're going to do due diligence whether you do any damn thing. You understand what I'm saying? They're going to do their part. So if you got lax
people, conduct their own investigation, right, that would have been part of their own investigation.
You've got some.
But what if it didn't exist?
Wells or whoever, TBI ain't going to worry about that. They're going to do their job regardless.
It would all depend on how long they kept that DVR tape for, I guess. But there.
Oh, you mean at the places where they went?
Yeah, there would have to be something. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you believe the police department at TBI, they do have video of Candace out and about?
Do I believe they do?
Yeah.
I want to hope that they do.
Oh, Lord. You hope.
I would hope that they do. But here's my problem with the only consideration there is thinking that by the time TBI decided to get involved in their investigation, although that they were there at all times,
I agree.
Parallel investigation.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Crane Bears.
I think it would have been definitive. I don't know if it would have been definitive enough to establish what they wanted to establish.
How about this?
They never left the fucking car.
How about this? Are we talking about the reason why nobody's been arrested, such as the parents, is because they want a body, and then they will bring an indictment?
The reason that they're not doing anything, yeah, I see where you're going. That they're confident that they're going to find her. I don't.
Or maybe they thought they were onto something with the searches, but didn't find her. But like with Quentin Simon, they had already gathered everything, but we didn't know that. And everybody was, arguing and bickering back and forth about that baby. They had their shit solid. They just was going in that dump to get it to seal the indictment.
These are investigators, and they deal with the worst of the worst, and they recognize patterns no different than we would recognize them as they're presented to us in the clips that we watch for entertainment purposes. Mm-hmm. Okay, every single time they're going to be suspect of this, and there's no fucking possible way that any sort of normal human is going to take anything that Don and Candace has to say serious. Okay, there's nobody that is going to keep their job at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah.
That isn't suspect and highly suspicious that they have a lot more. It's just.
So what are you saying? You do believe they have something on them, TBI and the sheriff's office?
Well, again, I think it's going to be a combination of things, because not only let's put all the obfuscating and bullshit aside on YouTube, but they have to make the children priority number one, the boys. Mm-hmm. And when you start to have to talk to not just one, but three boys, that takes extra long. It's extra expensive. It's extra important that you ask the right questions or get an understanding. And it takes so long to get a good understanding of the circumstances leading up to a certain situation and doing it right. So it's forever. It takes forever because of the boys and their situation.
Well,
don't even mind anything that they say.
Do you think they told something incriminating?
Nothing more than I'm expecting, because what is incriminating is the circumstances. Listen, through just talking with those boys, you're going to hear all kinds of technical crimes go on because of the substances and what I'm suspect that goes on in the background between Jody Sue, everybody back there. They're in the drug trafficking trade. Okay. And they historically all have, and they all work together. So just by proxy, they're essentially trying.
Jody Sue uses drugs.
Have you seen the criminal fucking histories?
I have not.
I have. They've been incarcerated for it. Schedule 3. So we're applying what they have been up to what they're up to at the time that she was reported missing. All right. That little sizzip, they could have been producing scissor or the grape drink that they're always fucked up on, because if you notice Jody Sue Brown's face and Candace's face, they're always numb and swollen, inflamed in that detached kind of like muscle relaxers.
Yeah, I saw you talking about that the other day. I thought, oh my God.
It's direct, but it's not wrong. It's not wrong. I don't know where I was going with all that. I forgot.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When everybody came down here, boots on the ground, did you agree with that?
Not completely in the sense. However, I wouldn't have done it like that. I would not have. I wouldn't have gone there. Okay.
Yeah.
But I was still. I was still entertained.
You haven't been to the States to talk about any of these cases, have you? Come down here to.
No, I got to show up and do a breakdown. It's not my dig. It's not what I'm looking at in the circumstance. I'm looking at the extremist behavior and the liars and the grifters and the scammers.
Oh, okay.
Right.
That's what you more focus on.
Right. And there are plenty around the Summer Wells case. That's what coincides, just like there was with the Orson West case.
Yeah.
Right?
That case
with Benny and Doug. That's how I got to know the Queen, through Benny and Doug. They have penetrated you, if you remember. They penetrated your channel. And that's how I got to know you.
There's so much I could tell on this live stream, but I don't want to start that shit back up.
Well, you got to.
There's a lot I can repeat right now. My computer would right now catch on fire. I know it will. I need donations to get another computer.
All kinds of fucking shit. Doug be trying to get you to do all kinds of things for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff I could say. There's stuff I can say on this live, and people be like, "Get the F out of here." I don't tell everything.
You weren't sending him nudie shots by chance, were you?
No, but
topless.
Let's see, what year are we in? It's 24. I can say this. I don't really give a fuck. But somebody was calling me from California, and I kept trying to figure out, like, who is this number? And they were talking really strange. And then it became like they were making a threat. And I thought, this is nobody but this crazy motherfucker from California.
That'd be Ducky.
Yeah. And I just thought, is this motherfucker high or geeked up? What's going on? Drunk? And I knew it had to have been him because nobody from California had the number that would be talking like that. You know what I'm saying? So I just ignored it because I just don't have that kind of time to sit here. You know, it's bad enough. Like, I was catching hell talking about the case anyway. So here you come, supposed to be helpful. And then you get on your drunk tirades and talking crazy. Then you're talking about, I better answer you. And I just was like, what the hell is wrong? So I knew it was him. I never let him know that I knew it was him because I knew that's what he wanted. So why, you know what I'm saying? Why respond? Right. I don't have that kind of time.
He was fucking with you. I understand.
Yeah. But you know what's funny? Let me shut up.
No. What's funny? Tell us what's funny. Because he continued to do that to everybody.
The case that we have yet to see go to trial, which I don't know why. The case out of Texas with the black boy taking the baby.
Oh, yes. Cash Kernan.
Okay. It was told to me that Biddy he got in cahoots with that girl because they were getting high and shit.
Yeah, Monica Sherrod. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's wow. Okay. I can't tell you for factual, but don't you remember when Benny was going to go down and protect Monica Sherrod? He was gonna sit outside her door, and she was appearing on his panel and all that. They had this personal relationship. It was ridiculous, but allegedly he released all these texts. We went through them. I should almost go through that old video again to refresh my memories, but
please
I think that's probably factual.
Please don't.
But considering the filthy sex habits of Skeezy, it's not surprising in that sense.
Yeah. But that was the common that was told to me. That was the common denominator, which I guess, brought them together. He, started talking about the case because naturally he was in Texas. And then once I guess he went met with her and talked with her, hey, a junkie knows another junkie. Hey, next thing you know, we're going to start getting high. Next thing you know, we're going to start screwing each other. And I was just like mortified listening to the information. I just thought, you know what? This is the reason why I am tired of talking about these cases, because it leaves the realm of talking about the kid to these stupid ass YouTubers and their jacked up ass lives.
Well, he was representing Monica Sherrod's interest. It was like a crazy episode of Seinfeld.
Oh, let me tell you. Oh my God. Let me tell you what got me. Besides that information, when he came to Tennessee and somebody was going live, it probably was, I guess, Molly Golightly, whoever. And that motherfucker came down that broke up driveway holding them britches. I almost peed on myself.
Yeah, I thought that was, I thought that was exactly what he wanted. That's perfect.
Hee-Haw all day long. I said, you all are just giving people a reason to think we are just country ass bunkers down here.
They took over the show now. They're, they have to be on the front page.
He come running down that damn driveway holding them pants. I said, look at this son of a bitch. What?
That was funny. Up there getting high with Candace in the trailer. Exactly. Maybe Candace.
So that's what jogs my memory back to Sherrod. She was a junkie. Yeah. You a junkie.
He did the same thing with Monica Sherrod. Absolutely, you're right.
The Whales are junkies. You are picking people who are like you. This is what I keep trying to tell people. This is why these people mesh. They mesh.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, by the way, I don't want to, this has nothing to do with skeezy, but Benny recognizes how guilty they are at that point in time, and how much they need. They need cover. It's this, he recognizes no different than we do. Like, he's not completely stupid. He's just smarter in the sense where he doesn't give a shit what he says in that regards.
Yeah,
and that's where you get into problems. I can't.
You know what I think is so interesting? When I go back in my memory to when I first heard him talking about the Wells case, and he was hanging with Doug, and they were all buddy. And it's like this 360 degree of change from that to them being on the panels talking about the kids to this shit that jumped off with Summer. It's like you're looking at two different beanies, and I was like, what happened to that guy that was so immersed in the Wells case and talked halfway decent? It seems like as soon as he got wrapped up with the Wells case, I don't know. It's just that, like I said, you don't know people. It was like looking at night and day.
Well, since he got started doing it with Orson, he's progressively, learned. He's learned how to utilize the technology that's available to him in ways that he can use to either, you could choose to use them for good or for darker reasons, right? So he's a bit more dark hat in that sense. That's the issue. He wants to get involved, and it brings him notoriety because he is in the flow of traffic interest of a trending story in that sense.
So do you really believe he knew goal. At some point
or how he gets there, but that's the ultimate goal, guilty. Which is everybody's ultimate goal in a sense. But
let me ask you this. Do you believe he knew or thought they were guilty when he first decided to get involved with them?
He didn't care. He knew they were guilty. Absolutely.
Say what?
Benny saw how sketchy those two were. Okay. And as soon as you see two parents give a sketchy, awkward, hesitant interview to the media about their missing kids who are adopted, and you can just see where this is fucking going, right? Then he'll jump in and you can really speculate. There's a moment in time, but he got better. Got better from Orson to Cash Gurnan when he split with Doug. Then he got to Tennessee, right?
Somebody asking us in the chat, can I ask a question? Did BK bring this easy to this arena? I don't know what you're talking about.
If they're easy, no.
I don't know nothing about what they're talking about. I don't keep up with Horseface. I don't keep up. But
he came from a wild weekend in Jamaica.
Listen, I just saw a video. You got her like she's cut her hair, and the first thing I thought, oh God, why are you talking about that crazy motherfucking woman?
Oh gosh,
they favor. Don't you think they favor her and that woman in Texas?
What do you mean?
Bullshit behind the walls. She favors that motherfucking Texas. The lady that Benny Keys got hooked up with that took care of the boys.
Monica Sherrod,
Canadian woman, they favor.
Voices behind the wall. Old Cher.
Yeah, she
Cher's the
favors
same
that
way
lady
as
in Texas.
she favors her.
Those are fucking sisters, man. Stop the bullshit.
I think she favors Billy Joe from that's Savannah, Georgia.
No.
Do you remember when Cher got the
No.
banner?
She does not
Thank
favor
you.
Billy Joe. That woman in Texas, they look similar, her and that woman in Canada.
Oh, they look similar, physically speaking. That's a good point.
They do. That's why I'm telling you, this shit is what they talk about. 6 degrees of separation. The universe is trying to tell you something. Don't nobody want to listen.
Except Monica is a little heavier in that sense, like weight-wise.
She was doped up when the Daily Mail or whoever it was, the Sun or whoever went to interview her. I thought, why are you taking people through your house when you're sitting here doped up, ring around your eyes like a raccoon? This shit, that's why I said this shit is outrageous talking about these
sometimes
kids.
Shadows can't be your friend, you know. So there's a reason they have makeup. We can't all be fucking beautiful in front of a camera all the time, but it's how the camera picks you up.
She could have went to the Dollar Tree and got some cheap foundation and put around them damn eyes. Dollar Tree's my best friend.
$2 cheap sunglasses.
Let me give you a funny joke. Years ago, when I went to Toronto to visit this guy, and we went to some store. I thought it was going to be like a dollar store. I raised holy hell when the Coca-Cola was $2. I said, "What the hell? Is this not a dollar store? Y'all have a damn dollar store in Canada."
$2.
I was raising hell. Like, where's the Dollar Tree? Where's Damn, y'all expensive.
You should know that by now. That's inflation. It was the only things in a dollar store. That's way back when they first came.
2002, right? When I went to Canada, February 2002. I thought, what in the hell?
But here's the thing: when you put a Coke in a cold fridge, you can charge whatever the fuck you want for it.
Somebody told me I'm messy. Queen, you are messy. What? Because I'm talking about them two. They do look alike.
Speaking about those two, Monica Shaw, do you remember seeing Benny boots on the ground at Monica Shaw at Cash Kiernan's memorial balloon release in Plano, Texas with Monica? And he was flirting with Monica's mom and Monica. He had that. He was talking to all the cops that were there as protection. Hey, I don't want to be. I'm here protecting things. Don't want the jury pool to be tainted in that regards. It was pretty fantastic looking back on it. It was funny shit. But Doug, he was Doug's little camera, and Doug would be the one back at the studio in that sense. It was funny shit.
And the thing, you know, and I can't say that Doug wasn't helpful to me in the beginning because he was. I'm going to give him that.
Yeah, but Doug is a smart guy.
But then after that, the showing out and shit, and then all those crying spells, I used to just be like, man, you need a therapist, dude.
Well, he sees once you get a taste of YouTube, and they were, especially Doug, he's been around doing crazy shit on YouTube since the early teens. Yeah. I mean, he just got better, and he saw how effective and easy it was to manipulate people into believing something that isn't and getting money for it. And he loves to
I didn't know
go that extra mile and behind the scenes. Oh, fuck, you see what he was doing? Sending letters.
But you have to watch stuff. You know, the thing about dealing with people, this is what I keep telling people about dealing with YouTube. See, you don't know no more than what you're actually watching and how much you're dealing with the people in general. If you're not dealing with them past the YouTube just talking on a panel, it's different. You have to watch people for a while to get, you know what I'm saying, to get an understanding of what they're doing and what they're about. I started, I was defending him when they were attacking him on the property, going over there, and I was thinking to myself, see, this is why you don't need to be going over there, because this shit is, these people are crazy. We don't really know these people are over there near the house. I had somebody doing, underground work for me, trying to get information about this case. And one thing we found that I thought was very suspicious is that everybody lived in Casa Loma. What the fuck?
Casa Loma apartment complex. There's something going on.
Weird you have to admit, there are several surrounding cities, towns outside of Bakersfield. What are the odds that most of the neighbors of the West House lived at Casa Loma? Now you just think about what I just said.
Think about how much more you can make by renting out space in a rented. If you rented different apartment blocks or different apartments in the Casa Loma apartment complex
Uh-huh.
because you're a maintenance guy and you had priority and you could, and then you could turn around and then stuff as many migrants in there coming and looking for a place to stay through the border, and then even making money off those people. Now you're trafficking people in that regards. That to me sounded more possibly what was going on there, as well as
that's not going to work though, because you're just maintenance. It's the manager is the one that has the access to rent the apartment out.
well, there might be 3 or 4 people working together that have
I just thought it was strange.
There.
You know, just
Well,
like
definitely something strange.
I'm cool with Chris Thorne. You know, all his content's about children, abuse with children, right? He brought that white lady up there on that damn panel. But I told Chris, I said, Chris, I'm not trying to be funny. You better be very careful about bringing people up on that panel pertaining to this story. I said, because something is foul with this story. And I don't know if I would trust anybody. You understand what I'm saying? To bring any content pertaining to the story. Because guess what? All the information I got about most of those people living in Casa Loma, living on that same fucking street over there. How about the white boy across the street?
On Potomac.
Listen, the white boy that lived across the street from the West House. You remember that? Remember that young white boy that lived across the street and he left because everybody started coming out there stalking him and stuff? You know what I'm talking about?
You mean in California City?
No, we're in California City. There was a white boy that lived in a house directly across from the West House. Remember the young white boy that had the house and he disappeared? Remember he disappeared?
Well, I remember a couple people directly across. One of them, Doug knows in that regards.
Okay.
The dude that came out and confronted Doug.
I can't.
Is that the same guy?
This was a young guy. He just disappeared. Everybody was wondering where he went because he was living across the street. He may have been the one that had a camera or something, but he was a young guy. He wasn't very old. He was probably in his 20s. And he disappeared. He left his house because of all the hoopla and everybody running over there filming and stuff. You're going to have to go back.
I'm not sure I remember that then.
Okay, well, let me give you this little bit of information. That same boy lived across the street from the motherfucker who sold the house to the West, if I'm making any sense. The white lady that owned the house, she lived in another town. And that white boy who lived across the street from the West, he was living like across the street from her. How do both of you motherfuckers end up in Cal City across the street from each other again? See, this 6 degrees of separation with this West case is real sick.
The woman that used to live in that house.
She sold the house to the West. Remember the lady?
She got fucked around. Yeah, I was on a panel with her.
Guess what? When we did all the digging, her and her husband, they got 50,000 aliases LLC for that fucking real estate company. They got their names switched around. Billy Joe Bob, Bob Joe Billy.
So she admitted that the person that was representing her, is the real estate agent isn't exactly on the up and up at that time. She didn't know that. She had like a tell-all interview.
No, not the real estate lady, because she ended up getting one of them other channels that gets all the views. That Tender Life girl, she put her up there. I ain't talking about the real estate lady who negotiated the deal. I'm talking about the actual homeowner.
Right. Yeah. The
homeowner lived. The homeowner lived in another town. Okay.
Right.
She lived in another town. The guy who lived across the street from the West, who disappeared, he lived like across the street. You could just cross the street. We counted the yards. It was like 800 yards. And I told the person who brought me the information, I thought, wait a minute, wait. This is spooky. How do you go from that little town, I can't remember the name of it, to Cal City? Both of you living in Cal City. You both live yards away over there, and now you're both in Cal City. That's freaky.
So what if they just knew each other? How does that?
I'm not saying it had anything to do with the boys, but when you're trying to put a case together, and you just gathering the information. Oh,
it's just connections.
A person was bringing me the information, and it just was weird that you had all these connections to Casa Loma. They both lived in the same neighborhood in another town. Now you both in Cal City. You just so happen to be living across the street from fucking 2 murderers. See where I'm going? Just weird. Just too weird for me.
Yeah,
and could just be happenstance, but it still was strange.
So talking about the Wells case and Dougie Hutton.
Oh God,
When did you? How did you and Dougie cut ties?
I got a lot of flack when he came up on the live stream, cussing and fussing and talking over everybody. And one of my mods said she felt like, I let him take over the show, blah, blah, blah. I said, no, I did what you all always judge me on. You all say I don't let you all talk. I don't let people talk, so I let him talk. I let him give his opinion. And by right, whether you agreed or not with what Doug had to say, that was his opinion, just like I let somebody else give his opinion. And during the live stream, I did tell Doug he was getting too hyped. He needed to calm down, let the other people give their opinion as well.
He's so hard for the cause. He's fighting for the boys.
Yeah, so the mod got offended. The next thing you know, you got the busybodies in the chat. Hey, are you about to go live? So then she went live on her channel right after mine. So then I just started smelling shit. And I just thought, you know what? I'm going to cut all this bullshit loose. So I just did Angela and kept it moving. That's what I did. And then once he started, I think that was him sending those nasty messages and threatening messages. I just never responded and I never looked back because I don't have that kind of time. I never said anything to him. Never said anything ill. I kept it moving because that's not what I'm trying to do. Crazy stuff was get wrapped up in all that YouTube stuff, and that's what I tried to tell the fans. That's what I tried to tell that stupid ass baby mama. Her father got into. I tried to do a Facebook channel that didn't work out because the daddy got into my damn inbox threatening me, and I was just like, "Look here, you motherfucker! I don't give a fuck about you being with no Crips. I don't give a damn about you. That's the reason why the fucking kids are gone and got killed by those damn two, because you all priorities are jacked up. See, that's why I tell people they really don't know those people out there in California. Those were trash. And I'll say it on this live stream. Those kids were raised by gutter trash, and they got put in foster care and adopted by trash.
That whole situation makes me really, really fucking sad.
Yeah, and that's why I kept trying to make the people in the chat understand that the source was real. The source is so real.
Let's get that clear right now, because here's a situation, in my opinion. Let's remember, this is just my opinion, based on everything that I've come to learn, that not only is there, here's a real exploit into the vulnerable, a big gap in society. Here's where people fall through the cracks, right here.
Yeah.
Because the parents were overly neglectful in this circumstance. They had no business having kids. Here we have a problem, and you could go on about that issue. However, here's, the babies are here now. That's in the past. But that aside, here we had an overly aggressive child protective service that didn't give a fuck. And they ate them up like the monster machines that they are. And, with pats on the back and winks in that, and they're faceless, loveless. And it seems that they made really all kinds of mistakes. And now they're, of course, going to be really protective of what goes on, and they have to have internal investigations and things like this, because, of course, how did they get in this situation in the first place? Because they had the worst case possible scenario go on, so it's really bad all around.
And then you didn't have nobody to come up for the kids, step up for the kids. This is what I kept trying to make people in the chat understand. Nobody. If there was actual support from these parents and their relatives, why are we even talking about two missing children out of the desert? That was my point. This, they shift around house to house. These kids take them in, and then boom, they're gone. And nobody wants to take responsibility how the kids got to the West in the first place. Okay, we know that they're monsters, but you still have to take responsibility.
That should be all over the fucking news, no matter what. Here, and this is the difference between there and where I live. That would have been on the front page in the question, and it wouldn't have gone away. That question needs to get addressed. You can address it however you want, but it needs to directly be addressed publicly. Over there, fuck, they hide from that. They don't need to tell you jack shit, and you wonder where the corruption happens. It's happening as you're wondering right now.
Look at this. I want you to jog your memory back a while ago. Remember when everybody decided they want to sue the state of California because of the West Boys, the family, right? Everybody got $1 million lawsuit, $10 million lawsuit. Remember when they're standing up there giving their press conference? There was a little black baby crawling on the floor, a little girl. Whose fucking baby was that? Shut up.
Yeah, she's gone and had another baby. Like
ding, 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 ding. And the source brought me that content during a live stream, and I told everybody, I don't know what's true, but my understanding is that this bitch is pregnant again. So here we go, fast forward a year. Who the fuck kid is this crawling across the floor? Even though she looked like she was about 2, she would have been a little older because that baby should have been no more than 1. But I asked myself, whose baby is this crawling on the floor during this fucking press conference?
Well, you've deemed her not to. You've taken her 2 kids away, and now she's had a 3rd one. And how does that happen?
That bitch got 4 kids. See, this is why I got mad at the people who thought they knew the story, and I kept trying to tell people the source is real because the shit I'm bringing you, you don't know. The bitch had 4 kids. She never once talked about her other kids.
Unfortunately, the root of the problem here, no matter which way you look at it, it falls on the choice of the parents that didn't want to be responsible in the first place.
Oh yeah, okay? I wanted
that never goes away.
Politan up. I wanted to call Court TV and say, Vinny, you better do your research before you bring people on that fucking panel to talk, because you ain't hearing about the other 2. You might want to ask about the other 2 that don't nobody talk about. Ding, ding, ding. Damn. How about that? Everybody's talking about the West Boys. What about the other 2 that's walking free and alive? Don't nobody talk about them. And then people will sit up here and say, Angie, I don't know what you're talking about. That's my point, because you don't know the whole story. There are 2 vital kids right now alive that nobody refuses to talk about. You want to keep talking about the dead kids. What about the ones that are alive that this bitch don't take care of, don't pay child support for, don't visit? It was nothing. Right. She did nothing for them. Not buy a shoe, a sock, or nothing. That's why I used to go off when I did my Wales content.
Yeah, she's out there in front of the camera, really putting it in front, trying to work on people's sympathies in that circumstance. And it's really important to let them know how perfect of a mother she is and how she was so wrongly done. Yeah. Well,
and your donations, that
it's not like you haven't been victimized.
She bought a car. Yeah, I'm gonna tell it on the live stream. She got her car and sitting up here in a public place talking about she don't know how she's gonna make the car note and all that. Where the fuck you think I got that information from?
Her?
No,
the news?
From somebody that knew, overheard the conversation.
Oh, okay.
This is what I keep trying to tell people. You don't know these people in the story. You need to be careful about rooting for people. Even Duty Ron. I thought he was okay until I saw him tooting his own horn with these damn people and the cousin. That's the same motherfucker that talked the white boy into breaking into the West van to get information out the van. But every time you see her,
Ron, just because he's a retired cop doesn't mean he's not tragedy pimping. You have to, if you're in this environment, you've got to constantly define the level of exploitation in on these personal situations, and remind people of the reason that you're doing it.
I used to get so tired of watching his content and seeing that cousin up there, and I'm looking at everybody like, are you all not looking at the bigger picture? Why the fuck the parents aren't up here rallying for these fucking boys? What is this distant cousin doing sitting up here rallying for some fucking kids? Well, then why the fuck were you when the fucking kids needed a place to live? I tell people, you don't pay attention to the story.
Yeah, I get both points, but then again, everybody's different, and in the moment, right? In the moment, people need things, and you want things to progress. So as a creator, like in Duty Ron's circumstance, he wants to push his influence in that circumstance as an officer. I can respect that to a certain degree, but again, and he recognizes that, you have to progress things.
Yeah, but I understand that. But guess what? You can't straddle the fence. You can't act like, well, I want to do what's right by the people, the public, the kids, but you're also upholding people who talk somebody into breaking and entering. See where I'm going? See, all they got pushed under the rug. They've got a live stream with them going live, talking that white boy into breaking into that damn West van when it's parked in front of Wanda's house to get information out of there to see if there was any type of evidence in there about them damn missing boys. That's what I'm saying. Is that nobody pays attention to the bigger picture. You're only talking about what you think is important at that time, but you've got to look at the whole picture. The children had relatives from here to New York. Why were they not placed with any of the relatives to where they didn't end up with the West? That's my point.
So from a caseworker's standpoint, not that I'm a caseworker, but I'm just looking through that lens. from the standpoint of the caseworkers in the moment,
yeah,
it would have been I would think that they would have been treating it like kids having kids.
yeah,
And they would have been the authoritative individuals in that, and there would have been no arguing for that because of the obvious situation at hand.
Yeah.
Like you're stating it, you're pointing them out. some of the issues of that particular family. However, don't let that, like, do we need to know anything else in that circumstance? You can kind of see what their life was like leading up to that. Yeah,
they didn't have a
story
chance.
of them taking the
Leaving
story
them alone. That's how the baby's leg got cracked. That's what got her. That's how she lost
the cracked thigh bone. And I heard that story, and it doesn't matter what it sounds like. Every story of why a child gets taken into state care is heartbreaking, and it sounds just as sad and horrible.
Yeah,
it's hard to really determine and get a feel for who was right and wrong in all aspects in that circumstance. But right, like, I mean, people want to stop and blame one side or the other. It was a horrible.
Yeah. My problem with all of it is this, just like with the Wells. My problem is just the obvious. Don't get on TV and sympathy and Facebook and act like you ain't got no party to shit. That's where I have a problem. Take some type of responsibility. That's all I'm saying. Don't try to get empathy, sympathy when you know you didn't do your part. Because
it's difficult to know where to get sympathy if you're too busy looking like a victim. They want you to
and it got old to me. And West case got old to me. This case with Summer got old to me. The case with Cupcake got old to me because I'm seeing the same signs in every case. Their parents are fucked up. That's the reason why the kids are missing and dead. And nobody wants to own that. You just want to talk about all the other bullshit, but somebody has to be responsible for the kids. That's just the point.
Right. That's amazing to me that people are so offended by people and want to call other people out on abuse and neglect. But here they are competing with each other to have these abusers and fucking idiots up on panel for them.
And that's where I had the problem.
They sold their soul to the devil in exchange for some clicks and views in the moment under the guise that they're transparent or they want to hear a certain side.
The West case was rampant with that. Those motherfuckers out there in California, they were thick as thieves. All that live streaming, worrying about everyday shenanigans and who her source is. You motherfuckers knew who the source was because you already knew. But I bet
your source is the same as Doug's source.
So my thing was, you all wanted to uphold this baby mama. You got Duty Ron jumping on board. Everybody's on board with this baby mama bullshit. But she and the baby daddy are the reason the fucking kids got to the West House in the first place. Why can't you acknowledge that?
Kinsley Masters, my husband is an FBI agent. That's some funny shit.
How do you lose two kids a year apart? The state takes one kid a couple months, okay, because his leg was cracked, the bone. Then you get pregnant right after that baby, and then they take that baby, but it's DHS fault. No, ain't no DHS took no two motherfucking kids back to back a year apart. No. That's not no conspiracy. You weren't doing what you were supposed to do. So then you got to think about that, like with the Wells. You got a whole year to get your first kid back. You're too busy getting knocked up with another kid and don't even think to get the first one back. But nobody talks about that. We just want to know what happened to him because it was at the West House. See where I'm going?
I see where you're going.
You can't logically explain that. Your whole baby is gone in state's care. You're knocked up with baby number 2, or the last 2 rather, and you don't care to get the last one back. Then you're going to have another kid. That one gets taken. They go into state's care. You didn't follow the protocol. They severed your rights. And then when it go missing, you want to go run up to the West House and start crying and moaning outside their house. Where are my babies?
The Wells want to portray it like the boys are in a better place in having a better life. They're not in a better place.
No, I don't wish that on anybody.
They were rescued. They were liberated out of a neglectful situation.
Yeah.
Quite different. And Dawn and Candace want to portray it completely different. Like,
I got to do that.
But
I got to do that. Yeah. I got to do that. I got to pass the buck because I know I ain't done my part. And many people have been saying
but
that.
In doing so, there's no sense in going. There's no sense from if that's truly his logic, and I don't believe it is, I just believe that's him
deflecting
in real time. He's bullshitting you and trying to lead on that he's ignorant on that level as to the real meaning of that, and he's not catching it, although he does. It's just him avoiding it.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that in the chat, though, lately, in the comment section, they're saying, you know, it's obvious they ain't never cared about none of their kids because
and that's what it really shows.
And you don't
that's
even, you're not even fighting really for your boys. Why not?
Like this whole, so let's take a look at their family situation from day one. This baby factory of Candace. She's just a fucking party animal, isn't she? Candace and Grandis fucking everything that comes up on the hill. These two old hags, they come with the drugs because I'm telling you,
spit my damn drink.
You'd have to be fucking high to bang that, and they're probably taking care of that, and they're excited to bring in random people.
I want to be high.
Dude, it is like a hippie commune up there.
Listen, Cranberry says C and D are happy they're all gone. I think. Your response?
Yeah, it's a lighter load. It's less expensive on them. They don't have to.
Yeah, you weren't spending no money anyway.
Yeah.
Remember she told Chris Madonna? I played that Chris Madonna content the other day, and I listened to her talk about they got at least 80 pairs of jeans between all of them. Yeah, from the Goodwill, bitch.
Well, maybe to them, growing up and going into the system is just part of life for them at their house. Like, you know, leaving home is like usually about 10 or 12. Anyway.
Mona Lisa, what are you talking about down there? Poor Jose. Okay, I got to end this live now.
Poor Jose. Poor Jose didn't seem to mind it.
Wait a minute. AB, will you go back to that damn the Donna interview? And she says, yeah, I don't know what her and Jose did. You know, I was tending to my children. Oh, Jesus, well. What I told the chat. So where did Allie and Jose make out in the dungeon? Oh, I'm dead Satan.
Well, the interview was I want to fly on that wall is when Jose admitted to liking both sexes in that, and it stirred, it set off a bit of a confrontation allegedly.
Okay.
And that's where the breaking apart that, you know, they started fighting over him, Candace and Grandis, and this was Allison's beau that she had brought there to 110 Ben Hill Road. Could you imagine these three ladies fighting over you? Yeah. That's intimidating, dude. It's like, what the hell is going to go on here?
I want to address that because when she tells the Donna,
don't drink the water. I wouldn't drink the drinks. They'll have something slipped in that drink and you'll wake up with some sort of fucking sex swing.
Listen, when she tells Chris, you see what I'm saying? When she tells Chris that he likes chicks with dicks. Okay, my thing was this. Well, he couldn't have been wanted Grandis either. If people thought Grandis liked them or something could have went on. He like a man that's dressed like a woman. So
they don't discriminate up there.
You don't want no. Say what?
I said they don't discriminate sexually up there. There is no limits, including age.
Why you say that? Who are you talking about?
110 Ben Hill Road.
So what you said? Don likes chicks with dicks.
I don't even want to speak for Don, but I'm saying, and from a sexual standpoint, there doesn't seem to be any limits.
Ooh, can you imagine Candace wearing a strap on? I'm dead.
Like the balcony at Studio 101.
Candace put that strap on.
All hours of the day. That's what's going on at that place, allegedly. And there's kids there because we all see that it's really just a fucking one-room house with a hole in the ground.
Like that photo of Allie looking like she had a pee in her pants when she was arguing when they came to tried to take H from her house
in that room. They role play. It's like, all right, woman, get down in the dungeon, and literally, it would be like crawling down in a dungeon, hole in the ground, like a 11th century castle in Scotland or something.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
Some freaky shit going on up there.
But can you see Candace in a strap on?
No, man. But it happens. I could probably. And they make them.
Oh, I bet she's put down on four knees. You can.
Ernie dropped. Do you know that was Ernie Shell's?
I'm sorry, 2 knees.
Did you know Ernie Shell had a briefcase full of dildos that he threw on their lawn, and that he had.
Yeah, I think I heard about that. Yeah. Now, Ernie, that wasn't nice.
What does Ernie have all of those for? Traveling with him.
Where has he been? Hey, where's that Molly Golightly lady?
She's on Kick. She's still doing the same thing, man.
She's still on YouTube?
No, Kick. She's on Kick now. She's not allowed on YouTube.
Well, what's Kick?
Kick is really it's a streaming platform.
Oh, I haven't heard of it.
But it's a bit more lowbrow. That you could go over there and get ladies dressed scantily clad and
so it's really the underground.
Yeah, it's a bit more people. Yeah,
a lighter shade of dark web.
Get away with doing whatever you want over there.
Well, that means you didn't went to the bottom of the barrel if you over there then.
Well, technically, it's how much you're making.
Listen, you remember that about the lights? Strap on, strap on,
strap on, strap off.
The strapper instead of the clapper. Woo!
Yes,
listen to Don, Candace, that hurts.
I couldn't imagine getting in front of a camera and talking to me. They tried to about their missing child. It's just, it's going to fall in law enforcement. Here's what I'm afraid on law enforcement. You know, if they don't care, why would law enforcement in that sense? So who is pushing these investigators to go harder? Not the family.
Candace, you cannot wear that strap on during the interview, okay? I wanna.
Maybe that's how she had that weird looking face on or look on her face.
And then I think back to that other interview where they were sitting behind a long table talking, and she was sitting there like she was staring off into space, looking down. And I was just saying to myself, now anybody could watch this and think, well, this is a grieving mother.
It was smothering.
But then my other half said, nah, that lady ain't grieving.
No, she's not.
Yeah, Cranberry, I'm trying to breathe. I'm being horrible right now. I'm being very horrible. But she's very masculine. And you know what's interesting? Her mother's very masculine. You know, they've got that interview where the person's walking with Grandis talking about Rose. And if you didn't know anything about the story of Summer and you just, turned on your TV, Grandis looks like a guy. You didn't know it was a woman until she turned around and you saw she had boom booms. And I was just like,
she's very manly.
Huh?
She's manly.
She's very manly, yeah.
But she is, that's the way that she expresses her sexuality, technically.
Well, that's her business, but the daughter does it too. Shut your mouth.
Well, that's why her name is Grandis too. Little. She's Little Grandis. Right? Grandis and Little Grandis. I never
heard that, Little Grandis.
I just thought of it.
Somebody had said that Grandis didn't like you all calling her
both
that.
Candaces.
YouTuber or whoever chat member first came up with Grandis, but that was a good one. She said she don't like being called that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I started to think about who names their child after themselves, but my grandma did. They're both Marys, but my mom goes by like a different name in the sense. Yeah, she changes it up a little bit. But that's a pretty traditional thing in religion, I guess. But I mean, Candace.
Well,
I mean, she left her husband for this other woman, and that other woman
she was out of that
is this Rose Meyer. Okay, that's in my opinion.
Who?
Rose Meyer. Remember the woman who wrote the editorial in the newspaper back when Rose Meyer. Did I say Rose Meyer? I'm talking about.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. I said Rose Meyer, but back when Rose Grandis' daughter went missing.
Yeah.
She wrote a big editorial, and in my opinion, she was so fucking sketch in that editorial that she wrote. Like it was all a bit too pushed and pretentious. Just like, well, she was down there for Summer Wells. And why is she so close to Grandis? Well, because they're probably lovers. It was the woman.
Oh, God, stop!
It was the woman. It was the woman that she left Grandis's father for, who died like a month before Summer came up missing.
You know what? I can't. I'm looking at these people in the comment section.
But Rose Meyer was the money one. She's the one who's pushing all of the links and the addresses for you to write your check to, like the first day.
For what? I want to send a check for what?
The first day, not a week in, not 2 weeks in. Not sure. Hold on. But like the first day that the story broke, Rose Meyer was right there from Wisconsin, and she was pushing in the family Facebook. They were dropping addresses where people, because you're just getting the bustle. People are starting, oh, there's a fucking missing child. So they're trying to be in control of that flow of information. And that's, that stuff was highly suspect to me right away.
Well, let me ask you this. With all the heels on the ground, boots on the ground, coming to Rogersville, do you believe any of these YouTubers helped this case? All the interviewing of neighbors.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
This person.
Absolutely, I do.
Fred. Huh?
I do.
Wow. How?
Like it or not, information is information, motherfucker. And when you're an investigator, you're going to say what your boss wants.
Look, say it like you mean it, damn it.
Once you're going to say what your boss tells you to say, and you're going to represent the institution and govern and the rules of the institution, like the TBI or any institution like that. Charity, no, my darling. So where was I going with that? What was the question? Sorry, I got distracted there.
No, you need to. What you chiefing on over there?
Oh, my daughter's in the background here.
Oh, she wants you to stop, get off the live.
No. She was trying to grab my drink on me behind my back.
Oh, well, I have an opinion about this. That's the reason why I made the live. I just didn't agree with that going on the ground, because things can go terribly wrong when you start bothering people and banging on doors, and then they went to the job. All I kept thinking of was a worst case scenario to where somebody could have ended up hurt, and it'd have been all for what? You understand what I'm saying? Just like the shit that went on down in Savannah with that Quentin baby. All that was just too much. And I just can't agree with shit like that.
Let me finish that thought. So have YouTubers helped?
Noise and stuff. Do I want noise outside my door? People hollering with bullhorns and going on and on? No, I don't.
Well, that's different. So let's look at the long run. Information is information, okay? In the long run, you're going to state what your bosses tell YouTube. You're not going to admit that things are the source, the information. It's not important in the moment. You can talk about it in 10, 20 years, maybe. But the fact is in this circumstance, with so little information, and in the beginning of the Summer Wells investigation, Candace and Don refused to talk, except to the local. Don would talk to the local news reporter.
WJHL.
No. The other one on the phone.
Oh,
Bobo.
Well, now they use their investigator, which I find very suspicious. Why would you only want to have your investigator talk to the police when your child is missing? This is bullshit.
Yeah, the behavior is just completely
nobody would get a private investigator to talk to the damn police and your baby's missing. You want to talk to them directly.
They're straight up leading a fantasy life.
Yeah, I know.
For a reason.
It's obvious. Arkansas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that got me too when I watched that. He wants to file a petition or whatever, a case from Arkansas. Motherfucker, you live up here in East Tennessee. What the hell Arkansas going to help you? You know what Arkansas going to say? Well, sir, you're a resident. You have a house there. Your case is there. That's who you need to talk to about your damn kids. Get your kids back. We can't help
taxes.
Because guess what? Arkansas is going to say, well, are you moving here? You trying to live here? So then you have to ask yourself that. Because you don't know it's the truth because he lied so much. Was he trying to move to Arkansas and then try to get his kids back through the state of Arkansas CPS? See, you don't know what to believe because he talks so fucking much. I don't listen to the shit they take.
Well, he's got no idea what he's talking about. It's not important that he's, it's just word salad. It's just talk.
Yeah, and that's what I keep trying to tell the chat. Every time you bring that stuff up, it means nothing to me because I know these people are con artists. Right. They have found a niche, which is talking on social media. They know you're going to go run and repeat it. It's just something to do.
Well, they want to be in a position where anything that they say is going to be something that you do that with, right? Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard you talking about that and feeding back into that cycle. We don't do that. Like, there's a difference, and it's important to say that talking about them doing it is different than talking about the things that they say, which is they're two different things.
Because everything's from their version. That's the one thing. If you ever go down a chat or comment,
it's refreshing to hear.
It's all
needs to be talked about more. It's like their behavior in that sense should be talked about all the time.
He said, she said. Like somebody in my comment section. I just want to let you know that they're back. I don't really care because it doesn't matter if they're back in Tennessee. You're never going to know if they're back or not. Who's sitting up there watching to see if they're back living at
There's so many people out there that have I want to tell you, I know Don and Candace, and I'm telling you they're innocent. Let me show you why. Yeah, shut the fuck up. There's all these fucking people that want to fucking champion these fucking idiots, and they're all little bitches.
No, let me tell you what somebody said a while back. This, I don't remember who ever made this comment in the chat, but this shit hit it right on the head. Somebody said, well, okay, you think Don and Candace are innocent. Go leave your fucking baby up there at 110 B. He'll come back and talk to us in about a month or so. Exactly. Go take your kid up there and leave your kid with Don and Candace and come back a month later. Hell, we'll give you 2 weeks.
You come back with a fucking a smoking habit and an alcohol addiction. I'll have to go into rehab.
I posed a question to the chat because I'm always putting stuff on a community board, hypothetical. What do you think about the church and them? Do you think the church would want them to come back?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Stay the fuck away. There's different things going on in that. Don is so drenched in jailhouse religion that he's reaching out and using all that. And he's got his outlet because he's got been grooming Robin all of this time. So there's his direct line. And then
I hate to say
that leverage in the church. Don's not going to make any difference in that church unless he's putting up like a third of his fucking income a year. Like, it's not like that. They'll cut him loose. They don't want anything to fucking do with the story.
Well, I know you're supposed to be forgiven, but I just wouldn't want him in my church because I wouldn't want the backlash. You know, I just
he'll be pulling the Christian. They won't care. They'll want to be up there looking like victims and continue to use and garner sympathy and donations from all the stupid motherfuckers out there that are lonely and want something.
I think the church knows better. Let them go on. Because we don't need people coming over here harassing us.
They just know how to deal with this. They know how to deal with bullshit like this already.
Who, the church?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's definitely. If you're running a church, you know how to deal with this.
Yeah.
Because.
But don't you find it funny? You never heard them after a certain amount of time. You never heard them talking about that church no more and visiting.
Well, it's just even, you know. They're not religious to begin with. You already knew that their religion or their
sleeping in the church. Dear God, I never believe that
was one-sided in the sense that they were there to get all the free donations. Even Robin said that in that.
Who sleeps in the church? Who sleeps in the church? Legs open like a dude, hoodie on. When people show me that video, the picture, I said, "No, that ain't Candace." And they kept saying, "Yes, it is, Angela. It is." And I said, "No, I refuse to believe it." I said, "I refuse to believe that lady's in that church sleep," until they zoomed in. I just was like,
"Well, she's hungover, is all you know." What? Like, I mean, that's from. She's probably
just don't care.
First of all, remember, it's a Saturday. They're at church on a Saturday, so she just got done one of her probably whiskey on Friday night.
Diana says, I heard they have to pay thousands to be a member of the SDA church. Anyone know if that is true? Honey, I don't know.
No. Listen, that goes with any sort of religion. If you're an actual member of the church,
you're supposed to tithe 10%.
You donate. You could be a third of what it is that you make. Depends on where you are and how you work with the church. It's not just an SDA thing. It's across most Catholic church.
I don't get into that.
Yeah,
she said,
but there's a certain structure and pay structure, and that's when you start to talk about being a member. It would be that Robin is that 10% or 30%.
Well, you see, Robin, I believe she slacked off. She got tired of taking pictures with their asses, which I thought that was strange.
That's not like boots on the ground. You have to pay to be there. It's free.
I watched her interview Robin. She's a little off to me. I don't know. Something about her.
She's grown to be that way in that circumstance.
But she said in the interview, I like attention like Summer. And I thought, that's why you're taking those pictures with
she's completely fucking clueless. She's a clueless individual that works with children all the time.
Dangerous. Very dangerous. Okay?
It's okay to lie to kids. No, it is. It's okay, especially in that circumstance. They just sit there and fucking bullshit kids all day in that SDA church. Think about where you are.
Yeah.
All right. So lying to children is secondhand to them, and being fucking ignorant to the rest of the world, so to speak, in that area is okay.
Wow,
right?
Interesting.
That's the environment you're actually trying to bring. Okay, because what you're there doing is conditioning children in the ways of the church. It's okay in an institution like that, but that's really what it is doing. I mean, I guess it depends what it is. It depends what information you're programming into those children. But we all know that they're a bit loose when it comes to that way.
Well, the
Christianity
is sad, and people want to mess with the church. I don't condone that because it's just a way of doing things. And I'm sure there are many people who attended the church didn't even deal with the wells. You know what I'm saying, on a personal level.
There's plenty of good people in the SDA church, but it seems to be in Christianity where all of the extremists stem from.
Oh.
Right.
Well, do you think they missed the church?
No, there's always other churches to fuck over.
You need to go to bed. Damn.
No, from that perspective, there is. There's always another church to fuck over. Well, that's what they were doing to begin with. They weren't even open, or they're pretty open about it. That's how they get by. That's how they feed their kids.
Yeah, it's still sad. Well, let me ask you this. I did a video the other day about is the child or her remains in Beach Creek. What are your thoughts on that?
Interesting question, Queen.
Why is it interesting, honey? Come on.
Because I just feel that no, and if I had to, if you want to take a guess.
What? No.
Yes, I think that they were probably disposed by Andy B.
What? Oh Lord, honey.
Like if we were playing Clue, and you have to put me on the spot for an answer, I'm not going around preaching and broadcasting that. But if I had to, if you put me on the spot and given me, and I'm saying my Clue mind.
Oh Lord, my head hurts.
There's a possibility there.
Why? If I ask somebody in the chat, why?
Because of the habits and the drug habits and the operations that Jody Sue and Andy were operating.
I don't know nothing about them. I don't keep up with them, bro.
Well, I do.
Okay, I see.
And
that voice gets
Don and Candace were in on that as well. Jody Sue is in a relationship, which she lies about, constantly evolves, but they have a relationship, her and Candace. Okay. So I mean, when it comes to protecting, so if something happened,
stop what you're saying.
Hold on. No.
Why do you say they had a relationship? No, you explain that to us.
No, they have a relationship.
What? Tell us
a relationship that they didn't want, that she didn't want people to know in the first.
You mean
like not a sexual love relationship?
No, a friendship. But I'm saying at the time or now?
At the time. She's still protecting her now.
Okay. Interesting.
Because, Queen, of the drug laws in Tennessee and the fact that the substances that potentially that are involved in whatever happened to Summer are going to stem back to Andy and whatever was going on, and then the cat's out of the bottle, and then everybody goes down because of it being attributed to drugs, and they're bringing the drug dealers down.
What you're saying, though, you're going live all the time, and I don't know if she talks positive about Candace or not on her live streams. So I'm just trying to understand
how protects Candace. Work out. She's represented Candace as an abused woman in the beginning. She's constantly filling people's heads filled with bullshit. And then she says she's probably guilty, and she's wishy-washy, runs the fence. She's always misrepresenting her. It's always changing, always a little different.
Okay, so that's my point. You lived out there with these people. You can be found. What is the fucking point?
What do you mean?
What is the point in talking and bad-mouthing these people when you know you can be found? That's what I'm saying.
She's not. What do you mean bad-mouthing?
You said she changes her opinion of Candace back and forth, right?
She doesn't. Listen, she's on the side of Don and Candace.
So she's upholding them now.
Yeah, she's on their side. She's covering up. She's obfuscating on their behalf.
But you said at one time
think of like a collection. Just a second, please.
Okay. But did you say at one time she didn't? She was talking negative. Did you say that?
Okay, there's a whole bunch you don't know. Okay, you're gonna have to understand.
Right.
A whole bunch that you obviously are tuned out to. That's important.
Yeah, there's a reason why
that you're tuned out to is that's important. Is all of this drug activity going on in Ben Hill in the holler?
Oh, the one that Don
Jody Sue, that Andy, that Don and Candace are all protective about.
Okay.
People want to tune Jody Sue out. She's fucking the mayor of Ben Hill. She's the one who is the liaison officer of this little trafficking operation that they're back there already doing.
Okay. So you're saying she upholds Don and Candace. So I'm gonna ask you this.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what the fuck is she talking about on her live streams? Enlighten me.
Who knows? Anything, everything. What does she talk about in her live streams?
Yeah.
Good question. She never gets to a point. She never has a point.
Okay.
She might have a roundabout, but what she's up there doing is continuously pretending and making it look like everybody else's conversation and everybody else out there is stupid, is dumb, has no idea what they're talking about, to the point that it loses its meaning. But what's interesting in watching is watching her completely lie, because if you've been following her, like many people have, her stories and claims, her outlandish claims have changed.
I see.
You know, I didn't
know because I don't watch her
itself.
Because I just never indulge in it. I just can't. I just cannot bring myself.
Don't go there at any one time. But watch the clip channels that do. Hear the things that are important.
Okay.
In that sense, and then it'll stick out to you, because these paint a picture of the situation in the life that was leading up to them reporting Summer missing on the 15th.
Okay.
And then you'll understand why Jody Sue behaves the way that she does. And that's really the question here. Why is she up here talking about and associating herself to a missing child's fucking case when that is unfucking heard of, and not to mention inappropriate? And then she's up here in front of everybody telling everybody how wrong that is, but doing that in of it herself.
Well, let me ask you this.
Misrepresenting Summer Wells in a way, and she's exploiting it in the worst of ways.
Well, I think a lot of people have.
Candace.
Okay, so let's go
aside. Whoa. That aside, her, Don, and Candace are different than everybody else.
Wait.
Okay, they're different because that's their daughter, and she was there the day she went fucking missing. None of us were. None of us are fucking there, and none of us are controlling and protecting the fucking narrative in the story. We're protecting the fucking secret queen. That's the difference.
Well, let me ask you. So, do you believe the scream?
Fuck no.
Okay.
No, the scream was just to get a bullshit red herring out there in the public to have a misrepresented understanding publicly when people look back on it.
But I talked about this the other day during a live. I said, what would be the point in me offering my kid and going over here to Jody Sue or whoever to say, help me discard my kid? Who the fuck would do that?
Say that again.
Why would I ask Jody Sue or somebody help me off my kid? I don't need you having nothing against me.
Listen, stop. Because right away, because if indeed something tragic happened and they had to think on their feet so that they didn't go to fucking jail, because we all see the neglect and the abuse already, and you can bet dollars to donuts that would happen. That's what happened. All you had to say was, fuck, my daughter got into some of these drugs that I bought from you, and we have to do something. We have to report her missing. Let's say they had to go and dispose of the body, then report her missing in that sense. Okay. That automatically pulls Jody Sue in, because it's her fucking operation. It's her drugs that led to that child directly dying, and they will prosecute her to the fullest extent of the fucking law, along with the parents. That pulls them all fucking in.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to ask now. You're telling me that you believe these two were trafficking drugs and they were selling them to Don and Candace?
They're active users in your face at all fucking times of the drugs that could have contributed to the fucking the lack of oxygen getting to her system. If a small 3 or 4 year old child, look, they fill their their drink up with all kinds of Schedule 3 narcotics and suck it 12 hours a day in front of a fucking camera.
Well,
all right. Okay. Oxys, Xanax, all of these things have that effect. So already we're talking about an environment that's high risk in that circumstance.
Right.
It's not a real mystery.
So when Don's talking about all that, about the drugs and all that, who's he talking about?
Let's say that again.
You remember Don would make comments about the drugs. They know about the drugs. The police should know about the drugs back here. And then Ronnie Lawson debunked that like it ain't no more than anywhere else. Remember that?
It's just Don talking. Who fucking knows? But I mean,
but I'm saying, if I'm into drugs, right? What the fuck do I look like talking about who's up there selling drugs and this is going on?
The shit that they're trafficking,
there, and
what they're doing is making no different than moonshiners, no different than growing weed back there. All these things that they've attempted to do. They have a bunch of chemicals that they ordered off the internet. They mix it together and sell it to their fucking friends for profit, as well as effectively treat their own addictions on the daily. This is what their days consist of.
So
it's not a real fucking Pablo Escobar-esque operation in any sense. It's something that you can do in your kitchen, for crying out loud.
Yeah, we heard. So you believe this, or you heard that they're doing this? Think this, I mean.
This is what they're doing. You can see it, and this is their history leading up to that point, from all the time that they've lived on that in that holler.
Okay.
Right? So by looking at their criminal records.
Where does she live right now?
In the same 16-foot fucking trailer in her mom's driveway.
And where is it located?
Hawkins County, as far as I'm concerned.
But it's not over there where the Wells.
No, it's no longer. As soon as this all started, as soon as this all kicked off, Andy and Jody Sue split. And Jody Sue came out with this huge story that she's this victim of an abusive fucking husband. They had this fictitious order that Andy couldn't say anything publicly, and Jody Sue was coming to YouTubers and coming public with how she's an abused woman, and so was Candace in this circumstance. All of this guy, fake FBI at this point in time. Okay, she's been a part of the little clique from the holler, the facade since the get-go.
Okay, so you're telling me, explain to me this. He can't speak publicly about what he don't know. Doesn't what that don't make no sense.
I'm speaking at the time, Andy B.
Because, yeah, I mean, but at that time, what is it that he would have of relevance to bring to the story that he couldn't speak of?
In reality, or it had nothing to do with that, Queen. Because remember, Andy B is just another person with something to hide on Ben Hill in the circumstance.
Okay.
Andy B, Jody Sue, Candace and Dawn. All right.
Okay. Wow.
There is no other reason to be here 16 hours a day talking about this fucking case in the way that you are, unless you have something to hide.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no other reason for it.
I guess in my mind, I know the stats of people just killing their own kids. You know what I'm saying? And the first thing I thought was, I'm not going to involve anybody in helping me dispose of a kid or do anything, because I don't need your ass turning on me. You understand what I'm saying? That's how I think. But I also remember, I'm not trying to kill no kids or kill no kids.
Listen, you're trying to get away with something because they don't want to go to fucking prison. They've got no other choice. This is a move out of desperation on their part. And it's fun for them to make some money off it and make it worthwhile and make it seem normal. Yeah, and what they do every day is each and every day, you're grooming your audience and you're normalizing this weird behavior of yours.
I would not be talking on social media about the Wells case or the Wells if I knew
if you were associated
that bullshit. That's dumb.
Like it or not, from a law enforcement standpoint, everybody's a suspect up there. That's cliche, of course, but in reality, she's put herself there. Jody Sue has put herself there at the scene of the crime the day that they reported Summer gone missing. She is associated to the case, and we have every right to look at her. And she puts herself out there for just that reason. But the reality of it is, here's the trick. It's nothing that she really has to say that is meaning anything. It's the sheer fact of what it is that she's doing in contrast to the missing child. Like nobody does that. There's anybody with a logical mind doesn't sit there and go on about their neighbor's daughter in a way that's expletive or exploitative.
Okay.
or in a way that exploits the situation for your own financial gain, especially.
Well, that's what I was saying. How much talking can you do? We're 2.5 years in.
Listen, it's
And
not meant
just
to make sense. She
still
just
seeing the
fancies
videos.
herself a good fucking hustler. Okay. She thinks she's fucking slick. Okay. She thinks she's smarter than everybody, getting away with something in front of your face. That's what she talks about all the fucking time. All right. She gives herself away. She tells on herself in that manner.
That's why I'm saying to myself, I can't see if I had any involvement, know of anything nefarious with the Wells. I ain't getting ready to be on social media. I ain't getting ready to be talking. I ain't getting ready to do live streams. Me.
Exactly. It's none of my fucking business. Number one, it's different when you're in the true crime community and talking about a subject. That's not the intent ever in her live streams.
Oh Lord.
Its intent is to ward off and continue to make
that's why I
things
did the video, the
co-conspirators.
co-conspirators. So since you're saying this now,
you exhaust you mentally.
Name them. Name the co-conspirators.
Andy and Jody Sue.
And
that's it. That's all I care about. There might be more. I don't know.
Okay. So the ringleaders are
Don and Candace.
Okay. Wow. AB.
Well, in what? In what? Are you talking Summer's disappearance here?
Yeah.
It's of course it falls to Candace and Don because he's so representative of the family. You're going to be taking it, son. And Jody Sue is involved.
So your ideology,
what is he talking so much?
Exactly happened for these two to be involved as co-conspirators.
If you look at just the facts that's in front of your face, you can put together a pretty good idea of the things that led up, that like the neglect that led up, the reasons why.
Okay.
It could be a number. She could have lost her temper. Okay. Then it's a murder situation and they've got to cover it up. Yeah. But no matter what, they're going to want to source where you got all of these drugs. When they find out that they've been manufacturing them there, the truth comes out, then the names come up. So one person implicates the other in that sense. So it's better for the entire group to maintain this facade, like this Three Musketeer facade in this sense, when it comes to the facts that people talk about online about the case. If they stayed silent, they would be probably incarcerated by now.
But see, the thing about that is, okay, but we still don't have no arrests of anybody. So what you want me to believe?
Yeah.
They call this girl, they go say she's missing. Police, they're gonna come to your house. You want me to believe they had drugs laying around? Wouldn't that be?
So you're asking me to answer something that would present as chaotic in the first place. So you tell me, how long does it take you to solve a situation of a missing child where the parents have called in a false report of a missing child? They lie at every step of the way. They've lied to you at all points, and you recognize all of this, but you have to go back through not just one or two lies. You have to build, and then it just takes an enormous amount of time. Why? Because it's so rare that it happens like this. They wanted to call it a missing child and hope for the best. Why? Because that was their best possibility at the time to get away with something. All right. They hope that it didn't catch on. They're just hanging on to dear God and hope that the police fuck up. And that's a pretty good bet in that area. Now, the situation as a whole isn't genuine. So what do we really believe? You have to remember from day one, let's put aside the fact that we know they're guilty. Everything that we know has come from their mouths, and we have given them the benefit of that, of the doubt at the time that they had Summer's best interest in mind, and all times they didn't. They're trying to save their asses from facing life in jail, not just because of what happened that day, but because of how this is playing out.
Gymnastics 101 says, yes, create as much chaos and confusion as you can. They've all done it from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole point to claiming, if you've noticed, I'm so happy that I did cover it since day one and cover all the nonsense because of all the deleted accounts, especially Don's deleted account from Facebook, and how
he's not on Facebook anymore?
No, a different account. He had his first account deleted because he threatened Hunter.
What? Really? Where'd you get that from?
I covered it, Queen.
I didn't know, honey.
Yeah.
I never heard that.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. That was at the time. So, but Dick Dollar. Oh, yes. So
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. When Hunter tells Madonna that he heard, or he said Candace told him that Don called talking about the boys were at the house and some creepy crawly was up there. Do you believe Hunter was told that by Candace?
So let me paraphrase. I think what you're asking. So from the interview that Chris and Hunter,
what he told Chris,
Hunter had had mentioned that Andy, Candace's dealer, which was Jody Sue's Andy Bernard, was up on the hill or somebody like that, because the message is translated. It wasn't clear, and Hunter, it could be anything. It wasn't clear. Candace didn't relay the message in a clear way, and Hunter recalled that she didn't relay it in a clear way and recalled that with Chris. So he's cognitive of that. So it wasn't really clear. So who was up there? Listen, I think Hunter
I thought that was the drunk guy, not Andy. I thought that was the drunk guy he was referencing. Now I'm confused.
Well, there's confusion. Who over there?
Because remember, Hunter said,
yeah, and I remember the drunk guy
what he wouldn't do somebody like Grandis or some bullshit. So I say I'm confused. I'm asking you, do you believe Candace told him that? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Because a lot of people think Boy H has lied in his commentary to Chris Madonna.
It's possible because it's difficult to recall from his perspective. Everybody's going to have a different story. It was just some questions of the day. Which is questions from that particular day, and I think that there's certain element of value in that questioning. Do I, from the book, I think it was probably a bad thing, but in this circumstance with Summer Wells, I'm willing to put that aside.
Well, let's go here then. Do you believe this abduction took place on the 15th?
There's no abduction that took place.
Well, the alleged abduction.
No, it's not an alleged abduction.
You know what I'm saying.
A report of a missing child.
Yes.
Well,
do you believe the events? I know. Let's go here. Do you believe the events that Hunter told the world and what this dodo bird told the world happened on the 15th? Let's go there. They met up on the 15th. The Kingsport visit.
Impossible for us to know because I don't completely trust Hunter's recollection of that day. Number one, he's a child. He's easily led. He's malleable, open to mistakes. Like there's a lot of confusion. However, he seemed to answer in a very strong manner.
Yes, he does. That's what I said.
The last time that he saw Summer Wells, and at that heart of it, I believe that he told the truth regarding it doesn't matter what time, what number. The last time he saw Summer, we were all talking about the same events here. Like there was no real mistaking that something happened. And they were in the
I told people he never really just stuttered on every question that Chris Madonna brought. People are
overthinking it. People are overthinking it. It's an awkward scenario to begin with. Okay.
Yes, it is.
So you're people from the outside now looking in. I'll have all kinds of information or all kinds of opinions. People overthink it. Look, it was an awkward situation with a bunch of, we have to remember what led to this. I don't really mind that Chris did this because we saw what was going on. So we gave them about 72 hours. You knew that these people had something to hide. You're telling me your child went missing and you're not in front of a fucking news camera? There's a problem. Yeah. There's a fucking problem. What is it? I mean, hey, you might have a legitimate reason for it. Well, let's hear it. Then you can always get by it. But there's a real sense of urgency when the parents have a missing child and they don't get in front of a news camera.
Oh, Lord. So the child in the back seat, allegedly awake at H's house. Do you believe the child was awake?
There's a problem.
Or alive,
problem.
Let's say alive.
Problem with that whole day that they were called. Number one, Summer. She never mentioned Summer eating at all that day.
Yeah,
nobody ate anything. I had a fucking problem with that.
Yeah, I thought that was weird.
I've got a problem with that child sleeping at 2:30 in the afternoon after having an outing and exciting. Like kids do fall asleep in the car. she wasn't in a fucking car seat, and she was on like ice cold jugs of milk. Like, what the fuck is going on back there? Something's off about that picture.
Yeah.
And
it wasn't.
I don't really want to overlook at it, but I'm telling you, I don't need any of that. I don't need any of this fucking bullshit. Okay, to know that they're fucking responsible.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying, like I said about Hunter, he's a kid. He doesn't speak good English. I didn't get all wrapped up into what he was saying to where it made me feel like he was lying. My thing is, you're not going to keep up with time. You don't work. You don't got a job. You don't go to school. So why should he keep up with time? He's a kid. Who gets,
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
Hell, Candace is grown and she can't keep up with time. Let her tell it.
I think he recalled that day to the best of his ability. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that he gave that testimony. And I think in the long run, that's one of the best things that could happen to Summer at this point in time.
So basically you're saying you do believe these events took place on the 15th, or you don't, or you're not sure.
So let's analyze this a little bit. How much does it mean to us? How much does it mean to us?
Just answer, because that's all we got.
No. I know. I'm not asking you to answer. Just listen to me, because here's a real point. I'm trying to identify it. Because here's where a possibility of a real slip can happen. What we understand, we're going to give him a bit of leeway and understand that his time recollection. How does he know the difference between June 16th and 15th in that manner? But to a case of how it happened, like what day was Tuesday and Wednesday to him, I don't trust that. I don't trust him in that recalling that. Okay. But that's me saying it and not interviewing him at the time on June 15th. I might feel a different way if I was the investigator that questioned him, because it was just yesterday. Remember, like from the investigator's standpoint, it was just yesterday. So what happened yesterday? Oh, yesterday, like last sleep, it's easier for Hunter to recall. Whereas from a third party perspective coming in at this time, you have so much more questions about something that's so simple that's taking up too much time in their heads. So it isn't important to me in that manner. What's important to me is that here we have Hunter who saw Summer the day that she was reported missing. And I trust that if anything was off on that, it would be a different situation at present.
The whole event of going to Kingsport to see him, call him, she's different on that opinion, orchestrated or not?
I'm open on that one.
Okay.
I'd love to give you an answer, and it's in my mind, but right now my mind that's just floating there unanswered, and it's because it's either or. Okay. Right?
Wow.
But here's the bigger picture. Here's the problem with it. It's because Candace is engaged in an ongoing inappropriate relationship with a minor, and that's really fucking bothering me, before anything else.
I was thinking today, in the past couple of days, that maybe that's what this was really about. Perhaps that she was tired of being bothered. She's got to take this little girl around with her. The kids are old enough to stay alone with the older child. You know what I'm saying? The boys.
Yeah.
And maybe she's
wanted constantly
to play around.
She's a creature of her own environment. She wants to make herself
or whoever. And she's tired of taking this girl with her all the time.
Yeah, and she was probably a little bit heavier need. She's getting older, and she's never wanted to really be a hands-on mom in that circumstance. A young child at that point in time when she's wanting to get high is the fucking last thing that you want to do.
And that's my point, is that you're leaving 3 boys alone. So I was trying to dissect it in a different way. Maybe it's just that there's shit I'm trying to do, and I don't need this eyewitness.
They're feral children. They're feral children in that sense.
Yeah. I don't need this walkie-talkie going back telling what the hell I'm trying to do. Dear God. Grandest.
Well, maybe it's gotten too far because of the environment that they were, like the maybe SA entered into it, and there's some funny shit going on in the background there's all kinds of different things that's probably going on in the background, not just one or the other, right? All kinds of them.
Yeah.
Look at the things that look at the things that we can see and identify. Imagine all the things that we don't know.
Well, and I've always said that. What we've seen, I said that earlier in another live. I said the fact is we don't know these people, but what they've given us is not good. Mm-hmm. So imagine every day
what they've given us is not good, and the fact that they're lying about everything along the way on top of it really paints the worst picture available. Like they have to be covering up the worst case scenario here. So either it's covering up your drug abuse led to her demise, or the fact that you know, that's what I think, because there's no other reason for Jody in that whole aspect for it. And she's a part of it, like it or not.
Yeah. Everybody has something to say. That's what I thought was sad. I thought, man, this baby's missing, and everybody's talking about every fucking thing else. You know what I'm saying? Just utter nonsense. And it's just like, how does it get to this point? That's what I don't understand about these cases.
It was meant to get to that confusion. You know, they wanted to confuse things all along. They confuse things at every step. Think about, that's the point of answering questions differently all the time.
Yeah. Obviously, because this is what I told the live the other day. I said, if you could tell different news agents and TBI different versions, that's exactly what you did in your interrogation. That's why all these different versions keep coming up, because they're going to debunk it. You know what I'm saying? They're
obviously going to ask you questions, but who were they at the time? There's too much urgency at the time. When you call in a missing child, they're giving you the benefit of the doubt, and you're using that, okay, as your way of hiding behind your culpability. And that's what's really going on here. So the reasons of why they filed, the question really is why did Candace call in a false report?
Well, and that's what I said before. Made the video about that. Why even call? You're not really friends with a lot of people
because you call out a desperation, because either, listen, just going by her history of violence towards her own children and in abusive substances, she's not going to get any better from that circumstance. She's only going to progress worse, and that's what's happened, because she's never stopped using any of those substances. So at what point is the straw going to break the camel's back, and is she going to repeat that cycle again and go too far? Maybe she went too far. I mean, that's a strong possibility, unfortunately, just as strong as the scenario with her being exposed to drugs and it's slowing down her breathing till she probably died.
Yeah. See, that never entered my mind, anything about the drugs.
Oh, frick. Like, I mean, when you see them highlight that all the time and you see the neglectful environment, they're not exactly keeping all their stash in a gold fucking box. It's on the table. It's in their sippy cups. They're literally abusing all of these over-the-counter substances, and concentrating it all in one cup. Okay. And it's purple. It's flavored. For a child to run up on that and just guzzle maybe the wrong drink.
That's what you're saying.
And
that's the sad part.
Respiratory system slowing to a point.
Is what you think could have happened to her. That's the thing. Everybody's got their own theory of what they think happened. Endless theories.
Or listen, Queen, there's theories out there that, knowing what we know about Dawn and Candace and how deceitful they are, they could have been operating a brothel up there for all we know.
Oh,
I mean, they're that scandalous. They're, God knows.
Oh.
I mean, these stories with Don taking his daughter to drug dealers, I'm not saying go and believe that, but I mean, it's unfortunately another option because of their outrageous past, the things and the stories that their family have told us.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I saw somebody commenting about this, and I don't keep up with what they do. And what is this mess about a court hearing or court date? I thought he was done.
Yeah, apparently in January. It's all I know is apparently in January sometime they've got a family court hearing. So God knows. Remember those are sealed. Who told
that? So how do you even have verification of a court date of a because?
Well, because it has been on the news. The court date itself is probably not secret, but what's talked about in that court date in the family court because their children are sealed.
Well, that I understand that, but what I'm saying is, who's putting out this information, and why would I believe it when he just said in the interview from the summer that we don't have no contact with our kids, and he made a point of telling the news lady, this happened the first of the year, so that would have been last January or February.
All information that comes from this case comes from Don and Candace.
That's my point. So why would I believe anything about a court case? Why would I? That's the point I'm trying to make to the chat.
I don't believe anything that you hear. I don't believe anything. I don't even follow it.
That's my point.
I follow the.
I don't even believe what he told the news lady back in June of 2023 that, around the first of the year, we try to have contact and they just stopped all contact for no reason and wouldn't give us an explanation. You don't know if that's true or not.
Well, in fact, it's not true. Because you knew at the time it wasn't true because at the time,
that long for them to say that you've had ample enough time to comply with anything. If I'm to believe they were still letting you have access to the children, that still would have been from June to January, February. That's still a long ass time.
Well, he violated it at every step. Not to mention they're not paying the kid's way in that circumstance.
Oh, and there's something else I need to tell this to the people listening who may not know Tennessee law. When your children go into foster care, you are supposed to pay child support to the state. For those who do not know that.
They abandoned the boys. What does that tell you?
Okay, but I'm just saying, those people probably thought to themselves, I ain't going to pay them child support and they're my kids. Because I never talk about that with people. But that is Tennessee law. For those who do not know that. You are obligated to pay the state child support if your children are in foster care, if you did not know that.
Don had a problem with that.
Exactly.
Because it wasn't his decision.
Because I never thought about that up until just
now. And that's him contradicting himself there because at first when it happened, he said, well, it's in their best interest. It's not safe around here.
No. You're not going to want to pay nobody
victimized the way that you claim and you want to believe. You really probably wouldn't want to stay around that place, let alone sleep in the bed.
And that's another thing. I'm glad you mentioned that.
What a disgusting fucking human being.
Exactly. My baby went missing from here. I think somebody took her. I don't want to sleep in this nasty ass house.
Fuck, the first thing that you do, even when a relative dies, is get rid of the mattress. It's healthy.
Yes, very true.
You have to move on. You don't.
But I just thought about that because I know somebody who had to pay child support when their daughter went into state's care many years ago. You have to pay for that child while they're in the state's care. And there's no way I believe those two would even want to do that.
Well, that was a problem because...
Matter of fact, both would have to pay. Candace and Don. Ding, ding, ding. How about that?
They don't pay for anything, dude.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So the plot...
They spend so much time in ripping people off and doing people wrong. You would have thought that, they would have wanted to improve their own lives. But no, they want to continue preying on... like ripping people off and going to churches and living that way and lying to people and hoping people
need help.
The people that at this point in time, I have zero fucking sympathy for anybody that is championing what it is that they have to say at any one time. If they're in there believing it, even the questions that come at this point in time, you bring a question at me about this case in a certain way, I delete it. Right. I delete you right away.
Really?
Oh, fuck yeah. It's just, I don't even want to entertain certain things. If you don't see what's right in front of your faces.
But see, a lot of those people that be commenting, some are still rallying for them and some are new to the case. And I always tell people, you might need to go do your research before you start talking about stuff you don't know what you're talking about.
Fuck these. Listen, these people are fucking guilty. Straight up.
Yeah, the behavior. Because this is what I tell people.
You can see they're fucking guilty right on the news, man.
If you want to put a back burner and just try to put Summer to the side, the fact that you have 3 alive children and you've made no attempt to get them back tells me everything if I never even factor in the child being missing. See what I'm saying? You have 3 that's alive. What's the problem there? They're alive.
They sacrificed 3 more kids to hopefully, draw this out even further.
And then you steady blaming YouTubers and they tried to help her and they turned on her. You are the culprit of this story, not a YouTuber, not somebody in the chat.
Listen, from their perspective, they're not lying because they're the perpetrators.
Yeah.
They came to YouTube to get some help and trying to fucking conspire to cover up whatever happened to Summer that day. From their perspective, they'll always be telling the truth. But from your dumb perspective, in that sense, you're giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're victimized. They're not. They're actively trying to cover up and obfuscate at all fucking times.
Let me address somebody in the chat. What are you talking about? Why did the cops keep his phone and give DW and CW phone back? What are you trying to say? Who are you talking about?
Hunters.
H. They took everybody's phone, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know. And when it comes to the answers about that, when it comes to anything that anybody thinks that they know about that, I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I don't even. That's just shit that we think we know and think shit that people talk about. Ask the cops, man. Ask the cops why they kept it so long. Ask the cops why they don't have these two fucking assholes in cuffs right now.
Yeah.
That's a fair question.
Because you got to remember, in a case like this, they have to go through everybody's device and phone that had contact with the little girl and the parents. So you're talking about going through numerous phones. You can't just gather all that information in one day from one phone.
Here's what the problem is.
Phones. Come on now.
Here's
iPads, computers.
People lying that clearly don't want to be accountable for their own child or children, for that matter. They don't want to be accountable for them. That breaks my heart. Hold on. It breaks my heart. I apologize, Queen.
How's it a fair question? It's not a fair question because if you know forensics, you know it takes a while just to get fucking DNA back on a perpetrator and a victim. They don't just run in a lab.
Well, it has to be pushed. If you're trying to get away with a crime and you're trying to erase and rewrite over top of old information, and you're using burner phones, and there's this, that, and the other. Right away, Candace admitted to all kinds of funny business going on with separate phones. Crazy talk.
I don't understand how anybody don't understand.
In my opinion, how those two, you got a missing child up there. These cops, why are those parents not in handcuffs? They didn't want to answer any questions that fucking night. Like these parents had to have looked highly suspect that night. How is it that they could have ever walked out of an interview room?
Yeah.
How could you ever let them walk out of a fucking interview room?
And this is something I keep trying to tell everybody, because I know people skim over this case and they don't pay attention to stuff that's obvious. I watch everything. Everybody wants to go on and on about that SA shit. Okay, guess what? Why would I, as the state, leave boys there if I think a girl was being molested? If I thought somebody was being abused, I'm not going to leave other children in a house of open case of SA
and at the time,
abuse.
There's so many factors.
That makes no sense to me either. A whole month the boys were there. That's why I tell people to think about what you're saying. If there was an open case of SA of whomever, I'm not going to leave other kids there. Why would I?
No, that's true.
So now you got to say the state was guilty of leaving boys in a house of an investigation of an SA case, and that's why they knocked the kid off.
It's probably adding complications to things, because we know that Dawn and Candace love to play semantics, and they'll be playing the Child Protective Services. So when things happen like this,
and then you're telling on yourself. Think about that. I killed my kid because I think somebody's investigating me for SA. You never tell anybody who y'all think called about the SA, which makes no sense. So I'm implicating myself if I go on a live stream and say, oh yeah, by the way, CPS have been coming by the house and I ain't been opening the door. Well, you're still telling on yourself. Well, then why wouldn't you open the door?
I think it's just, listen, it's a potential. That's not a real focus on my mind. The only thing that sticks out with me is, I guess it's a strong possibility. I don't get wrapped up because there is no proof of it. That's not what we're here. We're still here because obviously there's a missing child. Now, I don't want to automatically start throwing things that I don't know onto her just because her father has a history that shows that he's at a high,
Yeah, I know propensity to be a molester. Yeah. I don't. This is why I tell people, I'm not saying he did or didn't. All I tell people is I dissect what's common sense and what doesn't look right and what wouldn't sound right. I know in common sense, if I get a call that someone's abusing a child, no matter what the abuse is, and then I go to the house and then they don't answer the door, day one, day two, On the day 3 or the 15th day, that same house has a whole missing fucking kid. Why in the fuck would I say to myself as a supervisor and a social worker, yeah, let's leave the other 3 there?
Well, here's the thing. Don't just think that you have to remember that children's services have always been a part of their lives.
Exactly.
They've never gone anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's not like they just showed up and things just happened and it had to happen this way because they're trying to cover things up. That's just silly people talking in that sense. Listen, when your parents like this, the reality is they've never left ever since, Candace started giving birth to kids. They've always been abusing.
Some drama. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some drama.
There's always somebody in their lives that they're fucking over, that then go and turn and call anonymously because they see it, they've lived it, and they, you know what, that's not right, and it lingers with people because they have a conscience. And then they're like, wow, especially with the inappropriate stuff that's going on with Allison's family or kids up on that hill. I mean, Allison
running over there. See, I listened to all that. The girl running away. Why is she running away? Where
listen, why the fuck are kids running up to Candace and Dawn? Why is Candace appealing herself to underage kids, wayward kids potentially, and filling them full of drugs and alcohol and having sex with everybody else around them? It's just like a weird fucking scenario, dude. It's an abusive environment.
That's why H knows so much. I keep trying to tell people that he's lived his life. He's been up there in their house. He's probably listened to conversations between the mother and Candace. He's intuitive, just like he told.
You know what worries me the most about Hunter in this scenario, though, to talk about that a little bit, Candace, is the fact that he knows that it's probably inappropriate and that he's going to be careful about the things that he admits to.
Of course.
So it's not whether or not he's totally reliable. It's him not wanting to admit to certain things.
And I tell myself that too. Why am I going to want to admit to the world I like this lady or had a fascination with her or she had a fascination with me?
That's why we have laws. So you can look at this scenario from a fucking judge's standpoint and say, yeah, bitch, you get this amount of time because this was, no matter what way you look at it, you're out there and fraternizing. No, you're having a date with a teenage boy that you've been grooming, and we can see that through your TikTok videos, you pervert.
I didn't agree with that.
Now hold on. That constitutes sexual abuse, okay? So if Candace is sexually abusing, why wouldn't Dawn? Why would it be so out of, maybe it's something that's really normal up there to them?
Well, and it could be. You're right, because we don't know what they've been doing up there.
That's what it seems to me, and this is what worries me about what Hunter says. But that's not. I can't. I don't have an answer to you. But that would be my only thing with Hunter's statements.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because we've heard of the women. You see more women now abusing young boys in school and stuff, and they tell, because usually you would think a boy would keep a secret. Better than a girl. You understand what I'm saying?
It goes along with wanting to better your experience and your high and you're in this state at all times. It's just you're in an internally exploratory adventure of substance abuse to her. And you become a monster in reality. But to her, she doesn't seem like she's doing anything wrong.
Yeah. Because that's the whole thing of what I was talking about, the Gypsy Rose situation. You mimic what you see. That's why people become abusers and wrapped up in drama because they come from drama. You have to break the cycle, but then too, you have to know how to break the cycle. So Candace has had this bad cycle in life. Grandis, I think it's funny that her and Grandis are now, they've locked into each other. But where was Grandis when those other kids got put in the state's care or whoever?
She couldn't wait to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Huh?
She couldn't wait to get the hell off that hill.
Where is she now? I've been seeing some stuff on other content holders about Grandis having a stroke.
I can't speak to where she is now.
Yeah, and that's what I tried to tell somebody in the chat. I don't know where Don and Candace is. I don't put my stamp that they're back at Ben Hill because it doesn't mean anything to me if they were back there. What's the point?
Yeah,
doesn't really mean anything. They could jump up tomorrow and go run back down.
When you see overly a lot of people talking about that, this is what Don and Candace want. They want you to be talking with their every move like that they're somebody. And no matter what, you normalize yourself. This is not, I do not talk about them in that way. They're guilty as fuck. And I talk about the people and the behavior that you see about these creators, for example, wanting to attach themselves to something so fucking heinous.
Macabre. It's very macabre. I don't care what anybody says.
And doing it in a way that they think is just fantastic. Of course, we have to be so sensitive. This is a fucking a travesty happening.
It's not normal. It's not normal at all.
It's offensive to see somebody do that on, it's offensive to see somebody do that on the back of Summer or any child. And I'm not talking about Benny Keys, okay? Because Benny Keys, even what he does isn't as bad in a sense as what it is Don Candace,
Moody,
and Jody Sue and everybody are doing, okay? It's different. Just because he wants to talk all about it and you think that he's their friends, don't think that Benny Keys is anybody's friend in that circumstance.
I don't believe that either. Hell no, I don't.
I don't operate it like that. Listen, I've got fucking moral standards, and I can talk about it in a certain way, and that's it. I don't want them on my panel. I don't want to even be interviewing them. Fuck them. Jody Sue.
But people used to ask me that years ago.
I refuse to believe that she, like everybody, I refuse to believe that she had something to do and she was just interested in talking.
Why you won't let Dawn up? Why you won't let Dawn up? I said, do you hear yourself? Listen to what you're saying. For what? It'd be just to get a view, because I couldn't rightfully say it's of use to have him up on the panel. For what? And don't think he tried to get up here. Because let me tell you, in that back room of the StreamYard, it was every nigger, this nigger, bitch. They'd have their face in darkness where it says, where it says under your logo AB. It'd be nigger this, nigger that. I knew exactly who it was. I wasn't stupid.
I think
leaving messages in the back chat. I never checked them. For what?
Yeah, that's the type of individual you're dealing with.
That's it. This ain't nothing but Benny Keys and Don. The Don and Benny show. I wouldn't indulge. I would not indulge. So your scenario is perhaps that this child is missing because of some drugs, or she got into drugs. That's your theory?
It's either or. The theory is they're one or the other. The theory is that it has to be okay. So all right, final one. I'll give you one. The one is she's dead due to the drugs.
Well, now you're saying dead. So you believe the girl's dead. You don't think she's alive, martyred, soul, and she's alive. Somebody's hiding her out or raising her as her own kid.
Not in the circumstance. Because of the behavior of the parents, the only thing that they could be covering up is her murder.
Okay. Moody says, do you believe this is to you, Don was involved or only in a cover-up?
That's a bit of a weird question considering the circumstance, so I'll explain a little bit. Dawn is involved in the cover-up. So is Jody. So is Andy. So is the whole crew up there.
I cannot believe you're saying that.
They're all covering it up. They're all talking in a way that's obfuscating of the reality of the truth of the situation.
Well, I guess I need to watch more of Jody Sue's content. Maybe go back.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You just have to watch the content that's about Jody Sue.
No, that's what I'm saying. Listen to her talk. I don't watch her. See, so I don't listen to what she says.
But we have to differentiate the two. You don't have. Please don't go over there. Don't go over there and put yourself through it because
listen, you sound like the people says, "Don't go in the house." Don't go in the house.
I'm just saying that there's so many good clip channels that are knowledgeable on the topic that I can.
Go in the house.
That are knowledgeable on how sketchy Jody Sue is. So anytime that you see like Lip Lock No More, for example, and you see her talk about Jody Sue Brown, and people talk about it in a tongue-in-cheek way, but people talk about her in a tongue-in-cheek way because of the crazy shit that she claims up there. Like it's that bad.
This torture queen. Don't go in the house. Don't go in the house. Don't go in the house.
Don't go in there. It's haunted. Well, I wanted to make sure that you weren't, because all of a sudden you go over there and you're looking for something and listening to her. Don't fucking do that. There's plenty of people out there that have clipped it.
Oh my gosh, I almost passed out on that one.
Like, I don't want you to waste your time.
Don't go in there. Don't. This sounds like a horror movie. Oh, Jesus.
A horror movie, to be fair.
Because black people, we never last long in scary movies. You've noticed that, haven't you?
Always the first to go.
Always the first to go. As Eddie Murphy said years
except in
ago,
Eddie Murphy movies.
the ghost yell says, "Get out! I am gone."
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think about that last Friday the 13th they had done, and the black boy was in there, and when he said he wanted to go out to find his friend in the shed, I thought, now wait a minute, black boy. Now you know damn well we do not leave that fucking house, and we definitely don't go find nobody. We just don't.
We all know that in Hollywood, nobody's going to buy. Back in those days, nobody is going to buy the lead character being black in that sense. It's just not the same demographic, and that's how systemically racist things become. Not that you're all racist; it's just a byproduct.
Yeah.
Of the
people. And then another thing too about the horror movies, when she gets a chance or he to confront the killer, you only hit him one time and then run. When we know it logically, I'm about to beat the brakes off till you don't move.
Yeah.
But it's got to keep the continuity going. You know what I'm saying? Hit the killer, run, hide, just fall in the grass, craziness. That's really what this story is like. Just a bad, low budget horror movie.
So let's just say, when it comes to Summer Wells, when I don't believe that we're ever going to find the truth in that.
No, I don't believe that. No, because it's too much.
You're never going to know what happened.
Yeah.
Ever, and they're going to refuse. So at some point, that they're going to have to decide, and they prosecute people without a body, okay, all the time. And in this circumstance, no matter which way you slice it, Dawn and Candace especially, the responsibility falls onto her because she's the parent. There's no possible way that any legitimate investigator is going to sign off on this abduction fucking theory, considering all the neglect and abuse in her environment. This is going to see charges brought forth at some point in the future. And in my mind, this is why, and this is what the parents have really been playing towards. And the reason for being here online is to create and control at least a little bit while they still can, before the fucking hammer comes down.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be set up in protective custody.
Yeah. I think they have already told us.
These are people that have harmed children. Then what's going to happen to these people that have championed everything that they fucking say when that comes out that these people are the worst of the worst and have harmed their kids? Fuck, you thought the trolling was bad now. Now everybody out there has years of these people having these two child killers up on their fucking panel. I mean, it's not going to be pretty.
Well, I think them going to social media, they've told you that they've done it. They just ain't gave you the
just by that sheer going there, because there's no reason.
But nobody can.
There's no reason to put the effort. Yeah, this is something that you want to avoid, Queen. This is why you go to like WJCL. So this is the last thing that you do. Okay, and that's just human nature. That goes against nature. What Dawn and Candace are doing, they dove head on into social media, thinking that it's going to help. Well, explain that thoughtfully, Dawn. Yeah. You can't just use it as an excuse. That's a half thought out statement. Explain that fully. Nobody, because of the what Dawn's really saying, especially to Dr. Phil and the behavior panel and all of this, is he's really dangling a carrot in front of another person, and he's touching and feeling them out, and they know that. Yeah. They still can't resist because obviously of what it is at the end of it. There's a missing child. So who does he go to? He's just feeling out for how they're going to be treated. That's been their primary concern all along. That shows
complaining, but hypocritical and complaining about how Candace has been treated. But you're still running to those people.
Your child is missing, and you're worried about how people are perceiving you at that point in time.
Right. It's the woe is me. The pity me.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa talking about who would cut a deal first. I was just about to ask you that. Who would be the first to rat the other one out?
It's going to be the first one to get questioned.
Huh?
It's a toss-up. The first one to get questioned will be the first one to cut a deal.
Okay.
Because you and I see how fucking obvious this is. listen, to the investigators, they must be chomping at the bit to question these two fuckers.
Okay.
But they're being held back because, again, like any investigation, it's a big old puzzle, and there's a lot of pieces to this because it's been obscured, not on just on social media, like the rhetoric in your mind is echoing, but because it takes time for that investigator to unravel each and every lie. When everything that has come out is the lie, you have to document it. You have to figure it out. But believe me, there will come a day where the DA wakes up and he says, go ahead and pull them back in and question them.
But they don't want to. That's why they got that investigator.
Because they have more information than Dawn and Candace know that they have.
Oh, I know they do.
So by being no at the time, but so by being out there, they feel like Jody Sue, Dawn, Candace, all bullshitting and appearing on panels. That's applying to staying ahead of the information available, right? That is, like it or not, a tactic that's causing a little bit of time, because no matter what, if they're your main suspects like they were the first night, because they didn't have answers for anybody, we know that now. All right, so you have to imagine they don't got any answers for the law enforcement.
Yeah.
So they have to be, like it or not, they don't have to admit it. They don't have to tell you the truth, but they're listening to them on social media.
Yes, and I said
because it's the freshest of information from your suspect.
Of course.
It's to the cops. It's free.
I don't doubt that at all.
Surveillance to them. So
I
keeping up with what they're saying. Yeah. Like the levels that they're lying. But what can they do with a lie? They're just up to bullshit.
All the different versions, they know better. They're like, man.
So from an investigator, it's just useless information. Yeah. So they have to redesignate their resources and adjust to whatever is going on. So don't think that it's not happening. Why do you think Jody Sue has all of those people in her live chat and there's nobody talking?
I don't know.
Because there's people out there that recognize that she is just as much a suspect, and everything, no matter what she says, is going to be important. Just the sheer fact that she's up there talking about it. It's just, from their perspective, a tactic, because they are desperate and they want to get away with something. They'll use any tactic necessary in the moment to avoid what would otherwise be unavoidable, and pulling them back in to question them. Because as soon as you get them all in one place at one time, not one of their stories match up. It's like, well, as soon as you, as an investigator, understand that your stories aren't matching up, something doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Why?
And
your next question is why. And one thing leads to another every time. So that's how usually you're going to pull out their confession in the circumstance. They're not going to confess. You are certain of it because they put so much into planting this false 911 call.
Yeah. Oh, I wish they play that. Oh my God.
So from the guilty person's perspective, remember, they know exactly why they did what they're doing, and you can expect it in the next move that they make. You know, they're going to take whatever. This is why acting stupid and ignorant is so effective, because it's like it's difficult to prove. Because, you know, ignorance is never an excuse, but it's still somewhat effective if you're trying to get away with the fucking crime and adding obscurity to what otherwise is coming your way, which is justice.
Okay.
And you know it.
Have you heard about the Anthony's taking the lie detector test? They aired it last night. I didn't get to watch A&E, but I'm going to try to find it so I can watch it. Huh?
I heard people talking about know what happened. That lie detector is so fucking stupid in this circumstance. Because she's such a good fucking liar.
Oh, I'm talking about Casey Anthony case.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's bullshit for TV.
The only thing I don't understand is why in the clip that I saw in the queue, I don't know why George just can't answer the damn question. It's like, why are you stumbling? And the guy was like, well, don't think that he's guilty. It's just that what? All this time that went by, it should be easy to just say, no, I don't know where the little girl, my granddaughter, was. I just know what she told me, and I never saw her for a month. I just don't understand why it wouldn't be hard to just say that. No, I'm not saying he had anything to do with it. I'm just saying, I think he's an emotional creature, George. and he's probably like me, an overthinker. It's just
I
like,
don't know
but
too
you're
much
supposed to just answer the damn question.
I didn't pay
Just
attention
answer it.
just because, as odd as it sounds, it's sensationalizing an otherwise
Oh, I
obvious
see. Okay.
situation.
Well,
Fucking Casey Anthony.
but she's
bitch.
that's a whole nother subject there, the Casey Anthony.
Fuck her.
Oh my gosh. How do you feel about my content I brought today about Miss Gypsy Rose?
Listen, I love your fucking content.
Do you? Thank you.
Fucking right, kitty. I listen to your content.
I've been in your bushes, you didn't know. And the other night, I tell myself you should be a stone cold drunk.
Well, I heard you calling me sometimes because I'm a different schedule. But remember, I can't always answer when I'm beckoned sometimes.
Oh, that's fine.
I heard you, and I'm like, fuck, I can't even. I heard you like an hour after you got.
When I saw that one you had up the other day, I couldn't listen because that Jody Sue shit just gets under my skin. That voice, I can't pay attention.
I don't blame you.
I can't pay attention because I'm like,
listen.
I just want to.
Now that you know this, there's a real reason why she's talking.
Yeah,
but it's nothing that she says.
I had to tell myself that.
Listen, the reason why you're absorbing and I'm pumping it down people's throats is that there's a reason for it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
and it's logical. And remember, aside from all, just like you're preaching, just because you refuse, I was in that boat a long time. Many have been as well. But remember, we remember our talk here tonight about the drugs and things like that. If you don't know about her history and things,
because I didn't know.
No, I get it. Now I have somebody to mention in my videos. This is going out to the Queen, and here's the clip of Jada Sue. You know what I'm saying?
Because now that it gets daunting at some point when you've got thousands of people, going on and on about this and that. It's like your head is just spinning, and I couldn't take it anymore. I was like, I don't want to hear nothing else about these fucking neighbors, boots on the ground, heels on the ground. I just couldn't take it anymore.
That's been the greatest learning process of this entire scenario with Summer Wells.
That's my
is
head
how important it is in this particular instance in observing just the craziness that goes on in how a case unfolds, especially one where the parents are behind it.
Yeah.
And how that unfolds in real time, and how the people of YouTube want to believe certain things, and how they absorb information, and watching and knowing that that was hard you want to give in a situation like this, and rightfully so, the person the benefit of the doubt. But there becomes a time when you're delivering it in real time that you just have a real problem with them not getting in front of the camera, and there's something wrong with the parents' behavior in this. Terribly you become highly suspicious, and it's finally you've got to switch. And there's people that refuse to believe. It's just really bizarre. But how people behave in this circumstance is
it's just like Chris Madonna telling her, I really respect you for coming down here and doing the interview at the swimming hole. But when he told her about the 50-50, he was baiting her ass. Yeah, he built up that rapport, but he was basically telling her, Candace, what are the odds of that girl going missing? She couldn't
in the time. I think Chris McDonough's interviews were valuable, no matter what.
Well, yeah, I own that. I'm not going to say it. I just felt like
we all know that every situation is different.
It was an
yes, but it wasn't by the book. And Chris McDonough has some different issues, I'm sure. But I was thankful that he went down there at the time and gave them the chance, which they took.
Yeah,
he did what he did. In the way that he did, and he was honest. And you know what? No matter what way you look at it, yes, it was exploitation, but look at what's going on.
Yeah.
We're talking about a missing child at the end of it, and like it or not, the parents are lying and they're trying to get away with something. Desperate times call for desperate measures. When we win this war, we look back, we'll talk about it. But there's no sense in fucking dealing with it until justice is coming through. When you look back, no matter what's usable in court.
Lord of mercy.
It forced Dawn and Candace, who are guilty, to do something that they didn't plan and they didn't want to do. They were hoping that this didn't get
go away.
It didn't get rolling.
Because a lot of people said
The
that
sheer fact
recently,
that
and I agree
it's
with
so
that.
blatantly obvious that these people are lying,
Yeah, I
it's
agree with
impossible not to ignore. It's impossible to ignore. It's like, look at you two are fucked. Where's your daughter? You don't even want.
Oop, he fell off. AB fell off. I guess he'll come back up. Well, everybody, I'm 3 hours and a half. I'll see if he pops back up. Yeah, I see. I see you fell off. Oh, you have to finish what you're saying. He said wrong button. So crazy. This has been an interesting live. Gives me something to ponder on. Quite scary. I'm just, the Jody Sue thing is kind of bothering me now. Because I never wanted to think any neighbor got involved. I said that in my other live stream. I said, who would involve their neighbor? Why would you involve your neighbor? Why in the world would anyone involve? Because what I think of as somebody doing wrong, especially if it's dealing with murder or a cover-up of a murder, I'm not trying to, oh yeah, that's cool. Hold on a minute, honey. Let me pull it out. I'm not getting ready to involve anybody else in no damn crime. And so they could turn on me and go tell the authorities I'm involved. That's just how I looked at it. But, I know people do stupid things. Hold on, I'm typing it in. People do stupid things. So, therefore, desperate people do desperate things. But in my mind, I was telling myself, why would I want to involve some damn body else? But we've seen these things happen. Hold on, honey. Let me. DZK. Oh my God, I can't imagine. You'd have to be a fool to involve your neighbors or anybody. I wouldn't want anyone to turn on me and say, oh yeah, he did this, she did this. But then you're still implicating yourself. Because if you're involved in covering it up or you sold the drugs, gave the drugs, the state of Tennessee is prosecuting you for murder. That is a law here. You gave somebody some drugs, they overdose, you go down for murder. So I don't know. It's strange. I don't know. Thank you, Virgo. Thank you. If you want to hit the link, you're welcome to join Mr. AB and myself. The link has been dropped in the chat. I'm over 3 hours, 3:38. My lives are getting longer and longer. Oh, Lord. Oh, shoot. I see where I made a mistake. This is, you know what? I got glasses on and I still can't damn see. I put the wrong things in. What is going on with me? Oh, Jesus. I see the mistake. Hold on. Sorry about that. Jesus, Lord. What in the hell? Typing too fast. I did. I can't see. This is bad. TZKX. I'm surprised nobody even joined us earlier. I guess they just like us talking all the damn time. 8G. Okay. My fault. Yes, the link is dropped. Feel free to hit it if you want to give your opinion pertaining to the shenanigans that has taken place with this case. All the people that have immersed themselves in the case. The parents running to YouTube. Jumping on the panels. It's just bizarre. Very, very bizarre.
So, my light.
Oh!
So, I was going to come on camera, but my lights are off.
You don't want to show yourself.
I'm right here. My lighting sucks, so I got it down way too low.
Oh, okay.
It's right in my eyes. But anyway, what I was going to say, I'm sorry, Queen, I hit the wrong button.
That's okay, because I can't even remember. I can't keep up with nothing I ever say.
So talking about
Golly.
this Jody Sue thing, let's remember
it's a disappointment.
there's all kinds of so what she'd been talking about earlier that raised quite a kerfuffle. I'll just tell you an example.
Okay.
We know for a fact that Jody Sue has snitched on people, other drug dealers in the vicinity, and
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and offered and they ended up going to prison, and they're soon to get out. Okay, so she's involved. When you're involved in snitching on other drug dealers, it's usually because you're a competitor in that sense. Her and Andy, and she's alleging Andy because we unveiled some certain information, but she accused her ex of selling certain things up to Candace and Dawn. In fact, they admitted to selling drugs to Candace and Dawn already. So but they claim to be only weed. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
In that circumstance. So they already
everybody loves to make it seem like it's just weed.
Yeah, of course, that's the excuse. But in reality, when you look at the long view, they've been involved and they're active users in things that are not weed in the sense that it's pills, it's drink, it's different. We don't quite know, but we know the area generally in that circumstance. We have all the indicators.
Yeah.
Everything's indicative of that. So in that regard, I'm going to get started in making some videos specifically to remind everybody that the Queen doesn't know about Jody Sue's history. And thank you very much. So I'm so happy that you don't know.
You're going to put me on blast now with this.
No, I'm not putting you on blast because it gives me motivation. Now there's a reason to make a video because listen, there's a reason why she's talking about a missing child in a way that is contradictory to the narrative, and it indicates herself as having some sort of knowledge. And this is nonstop. This isn't just one or two things. This is on the regular.
Okay.
It's not just weird behavior. People want to pass it off because it doesn't go with what they think that they know. You can see what people think that they know. Things that are nonsense because of what's been presented to them, but we know none of that is useful to us when you've been following since day one and know the facts of the case.
If I know anything nefarious, involvement, whatever, I'm not getting ready to be on social media.
That's a fucking indicator.
Be talking to people about a damn thing. For what?
Because they need to obfuscate. It's just how they operate.
But think about this for a minute.
They operate in the Hollow.
Jody Sue.
That's how they defend themselves, with lies.
Don and Candace
they're not going to admit to anything that's going to incriminate themselves, Queen.
But if I don't know that Jody Sue was cool with these people, I'm not getting ready to throw myself out there and I know I've been involved. You see what I'm saying? Nobody knew anything about Jody Sue. So you're a fool to come out and talk about a scream and this and that.
Oh, hold on. No, you're looking at it wrong.
Okay.
There's a major discrepancy in how you're perceiving this right now.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay.
I'm telling, listen, she was already this crazy when it happened. So she was already doing this on Facebook, talking to no one, and all of these videos before June 15th happened, the things that she talked about in those videos are indicative of other behavior and the people who listen to this sort of stuff.
Before the child went missing, you're saying.
Exactly. So just because Summer Wells went missing isn't necessarily tangible to reasons why she's doing something the way she's doing something now.
Okay. People, so you saying it was something personal before?
So what was going on beforehand? She'd indicate the kids, her neighbors, and how she disliked them, for example. But what it was showing is she was talking to the same people, and how she came to YouTube is that she barely knew Dawn and Candace. Okay. Then the next thing you know, they're thick. It was just a bullshit story. She started off that she knew her just barely, and this is how. So there's all different ever-changing stories about the first time she met and all bullshit things. And Brad Wishin and her, him taking her and rescuing her under the guise of being a fake FBI and coming to know Jody. All of these admissions and claims. This Brad Wishin, 423 Chase, the guy that was raising money from all the YouTubers and getting the billboard. We called him Billboard Brad.
Yeah.
Well, she denied it. She claims that she exposed him. Meanwhile, they were working together all along in the background. All right. They appear on this WJCL episode where they were talking about the billboard that he was actively scamming and raising money in the community publicly. Okay. And Jody Sue, oh, of course you saw it. Jody Sue was talking about the sound and the shape and the color. She hears, shapes, all this fucking crazy shit, just nonsense, embarrassing things.
So
the way that this scream that she heard was an absolute fucking embarrassment. There's no way that you're going to go in front of a fucking camera with a bullshit story while there's a missing child out there like that. Like, it's just so fucking bizarre to even express it the way that she did. So, but the whole thing to that, there's Cam and Allie and Brad and Jody in that little circle. Okay. So it's essentially Jody and Brad bringing Cam and Allie into the greater circle of what's going on there at Ben Hill Road. And that's the indicator early on.
Oh, Lordy.
They're all fucking addicts. And it shows, you can see it, and that's really what attracted all of these fucking weirdos.
Stories, just like,
and these weirdos have groomed the listeners out there. So you have all of these zipper heads out there running around.
Oh my gosh, I'm dead.
The things that they think that they fucking know about the case, courtesy of Dawn and Candace, because they're still taking it as they want to. Their mind wants to take it as a missing child because she is technically missing, but it was falsely reported as such. Okay, she ain't missing. And how do you know that? All you had to do was be there and be witness to how they dealt with this in the beginning.
Okay. Oh, Lord.
So getting back to the admissions by Jody to there being drug deals up on the hill and them being active drug dealers, let's not even talk about what they were dealing in. So, that's the topic of conversation. And that shows you right there, the sort of things that were going on back there and that they were pulling. Yeah. And Jody was a liaison in that sort of sense. I've talked to people that know Jody in her real life. I've talked to people publicly. I've got the calls on my channel with a woman who's married into her family, knows all about it from her side. Things that set Jody right off. She despises me because I call her out on her bullshit. We've called her out since day one, not just the fact that she's up here bullshitting on the back of the missing child, but the things that she bullshits about are actively helping to
Lord
cover up. That's literally conspiring to cover up, what they're doing here. And it's easy because they're really the law enforcement like to send the message about not listening to rumors and all this. There's a cookie cutter way that you deal with it, and you have to every single time. That's not changed. They play that semantic here, and it's just useless. Listen, they see and they know that something's up with the parents. As soon as they move,
they had to. When I heard her say that days in, she says, after a couple of days investigating a case, usually we have somewhere, a lead to where the case would be going. We don't have that here. And I told myself, why is that?
Remember, she's up there talking about a missing child's case, like a usual case as it was reported, because that's what Ronnie Lawson's office, how they handled it. When in fact there is a parallel investigation going on as to what the fuck is actually going on.
I just pray it's never claimed as a cold case. That would be very disturbing.
It's not technically a cold case.
No, I'm saying one day claiming it to be. You know what I'm saying? They say we won't.
Well, even that chat, I'm addressing just that comment, but because of the sheer fact, logic tells you that the investigation has never been what you think it is right now. Like Ronnie Lawson is still having to handle it as it was reported into 911. He hasn't really said one way or the other. There's a situation he has to handle. It usually goes to a grand jury, but there's complications in with this because of the fact that there's 3 innocent underage kids involved, and their best interest is at the center of it and how they treat things. And because they have to talk to them, It takes an extra long time. So it's got to be difficult from that sense, and how to handle the kids properly and question them.
Oh Lord.
That people are looking for that answer. Do you think that they saw something? Like, no, not in that sense. But you're wanting to paint a picture of to what led up to that June 15th day where they reported that child missing. Yeah. And you're not going to get too far before certain things stand out to you, talking to the boys, that indicate to you that there was inappropriate things going on, that no different than you see here already, that we're,
I wonder what the kids told the law enforcement about their parents.
Getting in those kids into a position to talk about that takes a great amount of time, a lot longer than just throwing them behind a door, because of the sensitivity. And the fact that they're not going back to return to their parents adds to the sensitivity. It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It's just,
I pray they don't.
There's all kinds of different things going on at one time.
Has gone by. 2.5 years. That's too long to me to stay scared. That's just way too long. That's just too damn long for your parents not to get it together, or a placement back with the parents. 2.5 years. That's a long time.
When the judge sits up there and says all the things that you need to do to get your children back, he doesn't just throw them out to the wind. There's a certain amount of time that's already allotted to each thing.
It's just like getting in trouble with the law. You have a timeline to do this, to pay a court cost, a fine, whatever the judge asks you to do. Everything has a timeline. Anytime you deal with the courts, whether you're a child or an adult, there's a timeline. Always. It's just a matter of, do you want to adhere to it or not?
And let's remember as well, because Don and Candace are the perpetrators, and they have the most to lose, and they have the most reason to hide.
Yeah.
That they know all the things that they need to do to impede the process. All right, all along, and they can do one thing and say another, like they do, and they're so good at and have done all along. And all that does is get the hype going, and you can't fault people for that, although you can talk against it, and it's important, although it's mundane, to keep sending that message out there and to recognize it publicly in the moment for what it is, and call it out and never feel bad for it.
Listen to what somebody said in the chat. I would watch JSB waiting for that brick to drop. Nah, she is the brick. God, you all are killing me. Now, Jody
weird because of how boring and mundane she is, all of a sudden you start finding things that you like in it. But knowing that, listen, I'm not making something up when I say that she has something to do with it.
Yeah, I hear what
not at all. That's my only regret, is that I interviewed her, and that goes against, usually I would never want to interview somebody that was involved in a situation like this.
Yeah, that's what I've always told people. I'm always weary about cases involving children.
Yeah, I'm not into enabling these people conspiring to cover up. And that's exactly what happened with interviewing Jody Sue. So
I like to watch first.
But to know in that sense, Jody Sue knew that too. So she was there taking part and actively, essentially looking for something, predating in my live chat to spread her disinformation. It's not totally my fault, but I just regret it looking back now. But in the same breath, I kind of am happy that I have all of those bullshit lies she claimed, because we hold her accountable every single time she goes against the things that she's claimed. And it's ever changing. It's just so ridiculous. Like, FBI, how does this person lie so much publicly and not have something to do with it?
Yeah.
Like, she's a fucking tyrant. When you have a missing person and you don't know what happened to it, and there's a person talking all about it nonstop, that's a real indicator that they might have something to do with her demise. Why else do it? Why else do it? There's no fucking reason for it. It's counterproductive. She's sitting there talking to all of the fucking people that think that it's important. No, it's not important. The things that go, it's not important. Anybody talking about this case online, talk about it all you want, has no effect. The only effect that it has is that the parents have associated your channel now with it.
Oh, Lord. What do you think they'll be coming back to chit chat?
Oh, I don't know. I just watch it when something happens or like a clip channel pops up or something. I don't follow it actively anymore. It's unhealthy.
Well, it is unhealthy.
I don't want to.
It's so old. I mean, it's like, where is this going? And that's the thing I don't understand about them. You ain't realized this ain't going nowhere?
No, realized it a long time ago.
Huh? I'm talking about them. Why don't they realize it ain't going nowhere? That's what I'm saying.
The people
keep repeating the same damn thing over and over and over. But that's what they're hoping for, is some gullible guppy.
Could you, Queen, think about it for a second? I'm asking, clear everything out of your mind. How much fucking sense does it make that Don Wells comes home and is so adamant that something has happened to his daughter when she's missing?
Yeah.
Why? That makes no fucking sense. Right there tells me everything I fucking know. What do you mean if your daughter legitimately went missing and you had this was a legitimate situation, you wouldn't be acting like Dawn did.
Okay.
No fucking way. You come home and you know exactly what happened to your daughter. Well, you're the only fucking one. Why would you be so adamant in front of a camera the way that you are about it being a stranger abduction? Why? Because it's the one chance that makes you less culpable than you know that you are psychologically, criminal.
You sound like an old person saying that. Damn criminal.
Well, I had to fucking think about something. I was trying not to swear. I had to ad-lib at the last minute. I didn't want to.
But the conversation, all of it, just the talking to the news, the way it just was weird.
These people are well used to
weird. It's too weird.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, desperate people do desperate things. Yeah.
Yep. And that's exactly what you're seeing there. And they have to really go with it. And they know this is not the first time a hauler has acted this way.
Yeah.
This is a normal sort of way that they try to cover things up back in that hauler. What's really interesting is the people that want to latch on to it being a legitimate scenario at this point in time. And
still,
you can't do it. It's disgusting. And you have to reiterate the original, because you got people like Prayer Garden over there thinking that she's reinventing the fucking wheel at all points in time. No, people have already been here and done that, Prayer Gardens. It's people like that really bother me. These people are puppets of.
You know what I think about people that keep riding a ride after they see all the evidence of the parents acting peculiar and belligerent. You have a like mind.
Yeah, you're no different.
You're no different. Because at some point you can't just keep saying, okay, I think they're innocent. And I mean, come on, use deduction. The stats don't lie. Fill aside 450 kids being murdered by the mother every year. That ain't no lie.
Especially when you take a look at Candace having a history of the things that listen, most people don't register on those statistics. All the statistics that are relevant to a missing child case, Candace Bly is already a part of.
Yeah. Because you can best believe out of those 450 guesstimate, whatever, bet you DHS was already involved at some point in those kids' lives that ended up dead. Betcha. Somebody called.
They have
whether it was an open case or not, somebody called. Somebody filed a complaint. Somebody. And that's what's so scary about that. There are a lot of the kids that end up dead. Somebody did file a complaint at some point in that child's life. You hear me?
Yes, but listen, when you start getting to a mindset like that, there's so many other statistics to take into consideration at the same time, because listen, you don't want to live in an environment like that where, it's a difficult job. In a situation that happens and something happens to a child, there's always going to be a what if, and they could have done something different to try to prevent it, but it's still going to continue to happen.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Child Protective Services should always be a system that's ever changing for the fucking better. with transparency in mind and the best interest of the family. Within doing that, you have to give people considerations that you know are fucking lying to you.
Yeah.
Okay? Just because your job requires you to. So that's where things go, and for example, get imperfect. It always comes back to the person who's perpetrating it, trying to get away with it. And you have to go through a process with that because, again, we don't live in a Stalinist society, which fucking breaks your kneecaps right there, throws you around as preventative measure just because children are turning their parents in. Okay? You can't have it both ways.
Virgo says they had 8, then 4, now 0. Exactly. Let's go. Let's role play. Imagine no boy H in the story. Allie told him, no, you can't go with Candace. Imagine that.
Yep. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
That baffles me.
Then that'd have been no Chris Madonna. That'd been none of these stories about a swimming hole unless somebody else decided to do a rendition and she decided to give that same version to somebody else.
Them okaying that interview forced Dawn and Candace's hand to do something.
To come up with some other story
that they didn't want to fucking that they didn't really anticipate or want to do. So that tells me that it was more accidental than anything because it was just another day in the abuse neighborhood. And
just imagine that though. They never talked, no boy H, no visiting them. Everything happened in Kingsport minus the boy H involvement. I wonder where it would have spun from there if there was no boy H in the story. Just curious, that his mom said, no, you can't go with her. What story would she have spun then? How would it have played out in the story?
Well, at the time, Candace probably thought Hunter would have been a good alibi and a backup.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't.
I always felt like he was
backup. Think about that. Think about the grooming that's gone into Hunter by Candace Bly. She, in her mind, thinks that here's a boy that would do anything. You've got to get him liquor. He really does anything I'm going to say, and he's anti-establishment. He really spoke out against her in the long run and caused her a lot of difficulty in this circumstance. That she had to.
She should have thought about that. But she should have thought about that than going up there and tangling herself.
Yeah, she's a fucking addict. She's not going to think about what the repercussions are going to be at the time. I'm just saying that there's her mindset at the moment.
Because they don't think.
Right.
Yeah, they don't think.
Right. Because they're trying to get away with something.
Oh, Lord. And what is his life going to be like now?
Duping.
You don't ever hear nothing about the sister.
He's been victimized. He's been victimized.
Do you ever hear anything about his sister?
True. Yeah, the odd time.
Oh.
She came forward and she came forward with that Summer Wells OD at 3 story.
Oh, I see.
Where Candace came over to her house allegedly with Summer Wells, who was overdosing and needed a place to sleep it off after coming in contact with some of the substances that were close to Candace Wells Bly.
The baby had overdosed?
Yeah, she got into substances like an illegal substance, and it was accidentally. So I mean, it's happening.
Listen to what you're saying. 20 minutes apart, Rogersville and Kingsport. Think about what you're saying now.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. You're thinking an overdose like a fentanyl. No, the stuff that I'm
thinking about my baby overdose, and then I'm going to drive all the way 20 minutes to somebody's house instead of taking my child to the hospital. That's what I'm saying.
Because you need somebody that you can trust. You need somebody that that's not going to listen. These people don't have a huge fucking social network. They're not social butterflies. They're drug addicts. So they are into themselves to the holler and those that they incorporated in. The only people that are involved in their lives are the people that they take advantage of. And Allison and family were one of those at that point.
You don't know me got a good point. Only a moron would count on a 15-year-old to have their back. Exactly. That's my thought process.
Well, I know that's yours, but these people are fucking morons, dude.
But I'm just saying, I know they're doing stupid stuff because I'm really.
You're talking about somebody who's you're getting into the mindset of a child abuser. Right now.
Why am I going to drive? But I know I'm stupidly asking these questions. 20 minutes away, that's a long time.
Not really. Not when you live in the fucking country. When you live in the country, 20 minutes to your friend's house is not so fucking long.
Yeah, but logically, you shouldn't be thinking about your friends. You should be thinking about the fucking 911 or ambulance or taking the child to the fucking hospital.
No, because when you know what's going to happen, like let's say the effects, but the problem, well, listen, we don't know what happened that day. They could have been paranoid and tripped out and dropped and lost their drugs and went into a paranoid panic. And because Summer was acting funny, but who knows what drug we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So was it a stimulant? Was it something that was going to relax? Who knows? But when you start blending and mixing all of these things together like they do and drink it down in a cup for fun all the time.
To the cup.
Who knows? So what had happened, they probably know because maybe they sedate her normally and either they got the wrong cup mixed up and she had more than enough, but they would rather let her sleep it off. But why would they take her elsewhere? Don't know. Maybe where it happened. I don't know the full story. Why did she show up? I don't know. Maybe they got in a fight. I don't know the full story. Why did they show up with a stone baby to begin with? Maybe it's just a story, but there's a lot of stories. I'm just sharing one was shared to me.
So you said True said that she came over to her house.
She recalled the story publicly in a conversation, and it's out there. There might be completely made up,
but that's before June 15th, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that goes back to the Hunter stuff of the missing. She gets high, drunk. She says the little girl's missing. I don't think he made that up. Do you think he made that up?
They go up and get drunk and high all the fucking time up there on the hill.
Yeah.
It's part of the appeal.
I can't see him making that up. That just sounds too bizarre. You calling a 15-year-old.
Ask me that question again.
Remember he made a comment that, she's done this before, saying Summer was missing and she had been drunk or whatever. I don't think he made that up.
I don't think he made that up either.
No, I don't think that.
Because she gets so intoxicated, like she knows and panics when she doesn't, and things aren't, when she comes to and realizes the kids aren't answering her, she probably panics. And she probably has called fucking everybody, like the neighbors, not knowing where anybody was.
But then let's think about that. If we're to believe that comment from H, what are the odds on this one day, she is missing? So then you got to ask yourself, was she under the influence when the little girl went missing? And let's just say she just went missing. You understand what I'm saying?
Say that again.
What are the odds that she's done this before, cried wolf, oh, my daughter's missing, I can't find her. And then all of a sudden, this one day, out of the blue,
she just ended up never coming back.
Right.
No, see, I think that in this situation, it was out of desperation. It's thought of before. Like, listen,
yeah.
She is so familiar with going through the process of a missing person that she just thought that this is how she would get away with the perfect crime.
Casey said, True said it was Beth. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, she did say that.
Dear Lord.
But I'm saying,
a baby taking Beth. I can't imagine, man.
These people.
Somebody says, I think the Twisted Tea was given to Summer. Interesting.
It wouldn't surprise me. Like, I mean,
like everybody was drinking Twisted Tea that day. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, this thing.
Oh, you can ask my grandmother. She told Chris Madonna that. That's why I'm glad I went back and watched it again. She said, oh, you can ask my mother about the Twisted Tea. Well, Candace, that makes no sense. You go to buy a tea for your mother, but then H ends up drinking it.
It's so fucking bizarre to be even having that conversation. Like, in reality, you're talking about sitting there, you're a 36-year-old woman and he's a 15-year-old boy. You're talking about sexual abuse and grooming, and you grooming that child has aggravating factors to it. So it's aggravated child abuse, bitch. Okay? No doubt about it. And you admitted to it right there.
Yeah.
Publicly.
Yeah,
I can't. Me getting past that point, it's so difficult. I'm like, how the fuck can you not have her in there and one thing not lead to another and find out what happened? She just refuses to talk. That has to be what it is. The fear of God is in them.
Yeah, but this is what's crazy. You don't want to talk to the police anymore or WJHL, but you don't mind talking to YouTubers.
Yeah,
But you can control the narrative. That's what I told myself. That's why I know they're guilty. You can control the narrative with gullible guppies and people wanting to get attention for YouTube. But the police, you know better with them because they're supposed to be seasoned.
There's always a reason. There's always a reason for everything, isn't there?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
So hard done by.
Always a reason. Exactly.
Well, why don't you give us a fucking reason for day one? You know? They have all these fucking excuses and things. Well, how did you end up losing your child?
That place to me would be so scary. I saw a picture where he's got siding up, and I said, "Oh, you finally decided to put some siding up on that damn box." Kind of late now for that. I mean, I don't know when he put it up, but what's the point? You've been living like that all this time. You never cared.
Probably gets high on meth and starts fucking working on the house. Like he does. Like if you see his living room.
Oh yeah, because that's what junkies do when they get up. They can't be still. Yeah. They start rambling, bumping. They start
tweaking out to something. He starts getting motivated. But he's got free air like Romex through the middle of his living room. That's oh my God, not in the walls. It's fucking ridiculous. Like a temporary state at all times. Temporary service.
Imagine the night when all this unfolded and the law enforcement came. And I don't guess CPS ever came, but just imagine going in there, talking to them and say, "Can we go inside and talk?" And just imagine walking in there and just getting a bullseye view of how these people were living.
Even if it was accidental to them, like, of course they didn't. Believe me, junkies love their drugs. They probably fucked up something because that's what addicts do is fuck up and they leave their stuff hanging around all the time and kids get into them. Or she fucked up and she was medicating somewhere in that sense. And that would make sense. That would go along with the type of lack of parenting that she has. Like she's not a hands-on parent in that sense. These are free-range kids, and the boys are busy with their electronics. That's their number one complaint. And here's Summer in need of such attention at that particular age. That would have driven Candace nuts, and she would have been using corporal punishment a little too freely on her all the time.
Yeah,
it could have been. It could have been by her own hand because she's sadistic in that sense. She loves violence.
Moody says that she said it. Who? Not Moody, but somebody in the chat just said, "Oh, it's Celine." Selena said, "Jody Sue said she felt safer when Don gave her a ride somewhere than she did with her husband." Weird comment. Why would you feel safe?
That's Jody Sue. That's Jody Sue really trying to make out, because what she does is make herself out to look like a victim of domestic violence. She spent so much, and when the truth comes out about that, it turns out to not even be accurate.
Well, who left him? He left him or he left her? The Jody Sue shit.
Andy left Jody and went and married another girl. And Jody is so angry and so bitter and hard, and she has all these fucking stories.
Too.
Yeah, but it's beyond that. It's beyond that. Okay. That's just one of her many lies. That just was a little prelude to what she's really here about.
Okay. So what's going to be the end all to all this?
They're going to pull fucking Candace Bly in there, and they're going to start questioning her, and they're never going to let her go. And Candace Bly is going to implement everybody else eventually.
Boy, that'll be an interesting day, I must say.
Oh, it'll fucking come.
But look how long it's taken. Dear God, we're getting ready. We're in a new year. It's even hard to even just say 2024 and then think about this little girl.
We know that they're in family court, so something's progressing.
Yeah, because every time they go to court or hear something, it's just like it starts the process all over again. Mm-hmm. It's just... I don't know.
They're just trying to impede. They're trying to take up more time.
Because every day I get a notification. I'm subscribed to the news break, right? So you get notifications for storylines. And every now and then, every week or so, you'll hear something about we found the body of this and that. And I'm just always hoping that they'll hear something, coming out of Rogersville. But nope, it's just other random stories of bodies found in a lake.
They're smarter than that. They're smarter fucking criminals than that.
Well,
they know that they can't be sitting on top of a fucking body.
AD. So where did they discard her? How about that?
Look, do you know what Andy does for a living?
No, I don't.
He's a trash man.
Oh God, I can't talk to you anymore. I can't talk to you. Dear God, please stop.
Andy B is out actively sweeping parking lots, dusting them up, throwing bags in the garbage at all times, and he's actively out and has available to a vehicle at all points in time. That's part of their little drug running up there. He's around and driving on. He's got a side gig while he's doing that, delivering drugs in that sense, from the drugs that they manufacture up on the fucking in the holler. Right? The jest weed. Yeah, that stuff.
Oh, my head hurts.
Yeah, baby. That's I'm not fucking pulling your leg one iota. You tell me what's happening.
I give up.
Now it makes a lot more sense that Jody is here doing what she's doing.
I can tell you after this conversation during this live stream, I have an actual headache. Seriously. I have an actual headache.
Well, let's end it.
I just don't know. That's fine, but I'm just saying it's the stuff I don't want to think about, the extra parties and the.
But Queen, you have everything else so bang on. You have to know these just few little facts to finalize it off. You won't be
so
stuck
sad.
there. It's a must. It's
but
a have to.
Though. Yeah, but it's sad. Because it's sad enough to think about anybody wanting to kill their kid or sell their kid. Then when you start talking about bringing in Jody, Sue, Bubba, it's like, dear God, what?
Well, when you start to learn the reality of the situation and what was going on up at that on the hill at that time and what they are actively participating in, it's just a representative of what's wrong with society at this point in time. It's common.
And it is. Because I tell people that all the time about true crime is that there's always somebody that knows the secret besides the person that committed the crime. And we've learned this from people confessing and coming forward 30 years later. Yeah, he told me he did this, put her in a drum. And you're sitting here looking at this motherfucker like, and you've been walking around carrying that shit and didn't tell nobody, didn't tell the police.
This is what bothers me is the fact that they are so detached from their own parents. It makes me cry, or their own children. Yeah. It makes me cry to see parents not care about their kids at that, to the point Dawn and Candace don't care for theirs.
Oh, it's so obvious at this point. You'd have to be just literally, you just don't give two fucks yourself to even think they care about anybody. And I kept trying to tell people that don't keep dragging on about whom. They ain't got the 3 boys back, so you can't even keep using that as an excuse. She didn't like her girl child, blah, blah, blah. She liked her boys better. They don't like none of them better.
You didn't like any of them.
Exactly.
Like you knew that they were conditioning and grooming him when he had Josie up in front of the cameras with his arm on him right there. He was trying to like put the onus on his son and tried to put it like it was some sort of fatherly way. I'm like, that's highly inappropriate right away. It bothered me. It's like something's fucking up with this guy. Yeah.
Well, Lawson, I think, said it's no more drugs than anywhere else about the drug trafficking back there in Ben Hill. Somebody wants to know what you think about Fred. Kate, you has a question for you.
What
about
do
Fred?
I think about
what do you think about Fred?
Fred Hill? At this point, I don't really. I do listen to Ziggy. I don't know.
I don't know nothing about Fred.
Fred Hill claims that he wore a wire. And he's got all of this fucking information at this point in time, and he's sitting in a jail cell right now.
He's got information on what?
He's allegedly he always is coming forth claiming that he has all this inside information on these people and what happened to Summer. And I think in a sense that Fred probably kind of does. And do you know what? He's probably referring to nothing any different than what we've not talked about here
already.
Tonight.
Okay. So Fred is whom again?
Fred Hill lives back in the holler at 110 Bennett Hill Road. He's serving time for methamphetamine trafficking. He knows all about Jody Sue and all about the shady drug dealing and the activity back there in the holler. Okay.
You know what I think is strange about this whole scenario with all of them? Everybody's got something to say about this one, this one, this one. Why are you all talking so much about?
Because they're all in bed with one. They're all
it's crazy to me.
Yeah, they're all trying to get away with something because they're all implicated.
They live their own imaginary world.
All have a part in trying to traffic the drugs in which they're all in the real world. It all comes down to trying to cover their own addiction, right?
Yeah, right
for
now.
Nothing. They want to get high for free.
These people are not on social media talking about all the stuff that this was doing, that one doing, without worrying about coming out and getting their fucking neck cut. That's what I find bizarre. In the world where I live, these people know not to get on no live stream talking about what Pookie did, Ray Ray did, without worrying about somebody shooting at their house, throwing a cocktail through the fucking window.
Yeah. You couldn't imagine talking about somebody's family like this. It is just a fucking bizarre scenario. It's like different rules apply in this particular case. It's just how it's being done by the parents.
There's something very weird about all that.
It's all the parents.
And not think about a repercussion. That's where I'm going. You don't think of a repercussion of running your mouth and doing the live streams about all this shit.
Because when you create it, when you're building narrative, as they call it, Queen, and you're actively coming to social media, you do that, then it gives you a justifiable reason to act weird in a certain way because you have something tangible to blame it on.
Somebody says Fred's related to JSB and AB. Is that true?
Fred Hill is related to Jody Sue and Andy Bernard. I have no idea. September Virgo, possibly.
Okay.
But they could be. I don't just know all the ins and outs about them.
Yeah.
I don't follow it like that. When I hear something come up, I go and check it out.
Hey, JJ.
Just answering Fred Hill, at this point in time, he could possibly have all kinds of information, but I think that I don't trust Fred Hill personally, but I'm not. I don't know the dude.
How about they're all kissing cousins? How about that?
That makes a lot more sense. If you're talking about the situation like they're talking about it, you're probably in bed with Dawn and Candace, or else why would you be sitting there talking about somebody else's business, dude? This is fucking Tennessee. The dude come over and fucking shoot you.
I can't.
If someone was talking about my fucking business like that,
that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
What I find bizarre about this.
Yeah. To them, it's beneficial because again, it adds.
I don't care what color you are. This makes no logical sense, even for some old hillbillies. They get crunk now. Don't get it twisted.
It's because they're all. If you add the.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
We all know, then they're all culpable, and they all have a reason to.
Let me tell you something about street people, whether they're white, black, Mexican. There's usually a code of ethics of you running your mouth. So there are places naturally where you could go.
Ask Jody Sue.
With some white folk, country white folk, you know not to say nothing about what Bubba's doing across the street. We've heard this with the guy that killed the girl. The one that they did the Netflix special about.
The Keystone Cops.
They were bullies in their town and bothering people and doing stuff. People knew to stay away from them. So that's why I find all this chitter chatter very bizarre. Because
it's not what you're seeing it happen in real time. You're seeing how fragile these little honky backwoods operations are. Okay.
Yeah.
And all of these rats trying to fucking squirm their way out of a tight situation at the same time. They'll do fucking anything.
Yeah. Cranberry says, kind of seems like they're all saying, look, see, I'm not as bad as them. Yeah, you might be on to something. You might be on to something. And that's just something I just really try not to dwell on.
You're telling me everybody up there is or has been an addict and still an active. Abusing substances, abusing everything else, and they're not fucking responsible for their missing daughter? That would be weird. It would be weird if they weren't involved. It would. When I say weird, it would be against the norm.
Well, let's say this, because you never get a timeline from her. If she made it home about 2-something, 3, she calls after 6 p.m. to the dispatch. So where is the little girl? Because you got to be able to drop her off, knock her off, put her somewhere, however, bury her, and then come up with a story, and you're going to have to rehearse it in your head. And these two ain't.
When you're living up in the hills, there's so many places to dispose of a body.
Oh yeah, I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, you still got to get your bearings to get the story right, get the story out. That's why I'm saying she couldn't have gone that far, is to drop her off wherever, or he or they.
When you start talking about her dropping off, you're doing a lot of assumptions. It could have been traded off to Andy because there's a bit of a situation at hand.
Okay.
So anytime, listen, Andy traveling around with drugs is ready to take a call from Jody Sue Jody Sue is the person that knows all the business goes on around there, talks about it publicly to the people in the holler on social media. She was doing that already. Talking about holler business. Talking about people moving in, talking about people around and how they need to be really protective of some, it's just, you have to get a gauge for it. Now that I know that you weren't like, 'cause it's hard to understand where people are or where they're not with their understanding of it. No, there's really something here. It has everything to do with drugs, exactly what it looks like. People knew it right from the WJCL episode.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's the same, but the look that Candace had on her face is the same. It's the same effect on the facial muscles as Jody Sue Brown. When she's sitting there sipping the lean and she chases it she's drinking out of 2 different cups at one time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Does she have children?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
They're homeschooled, if you can believe that. So in that,
oh my God.
There's another. Yeah, there's another fucking indicator that she has something to hide. She didn't want her kids going to a public school. That's a real problem because it could risk your drugs lab that you're operating at home, which we all know about.
Oh, okay. Mom 24, I agree with that because I watched that video again of Chris Madonna. The Mexican that didn't know Jose, lied. I said to myself, you must think Chris Madonna, you forgot he's been a cop. You didn't remember his name. Madonna's asking her, what was his name? I can't remember. You talking about Jose? Oh, yeah, that's him. Bitch, please.
Chris was trying to get information out of her. He's not there to question anything that he says because essentially, really, Candace should have welcomed him with open arms in that sense. And you saw how it went. Mm-hmm. It was just, they flipped it as fast as he came and tried to use it against because they were in need of something. They were in need of something.
As soon as he said the 50-50, I knew right then he had her ass because that's not something you would ask somebody if you're favoring them. He sit up there and say, I respect you. But then he says, what are the odds? I said, I can't wait to get this answer. She was trapped.
You wanted to get a good feel for where her comprehension level was. That's a great. That was the best question out of him.
Yeah.
Where's your mindset right now? Where's your mindset in relation to the reality of the situation?
And that's why she said it happens everywhere. He says, I'm not talking about everywhere. I'm talking about at your house. God, I could have died. Do you hear me?
Yeah, she's so keen to generalize a situation. That's a great example. She wants to generalize a situation that's so personal to you that
people usually do that. It happens.
It makes no fucking sense at all.
That's what Don did to the reporter last year,
as to somebody who's been traumatized in the worst possible way and violated. Okay, by a child predator. Your world would fucking change forever, and it wouldn't be. You would be in no control over it. It would take your last emotion if that really happened to you.
When that reporter asked Don back last summer, because I just watched the video the other day, she said, "What do you think happened to your daughter?" And then he pauses and he says, "What did he say? How do you answer that question?" Then he flipped it on her, and I thought she's interviewing you. What the fuck? I said, "Okay." So now you want to play these damn games. Right. It's like never ending.
Because you can see it's waning on them. If there was the reality of the situation, the conversations would be a lot different. Mm-hmm. They'd be a lot different. They're not here to find a daughter. They're not here to find somebody missing.
I don't know how to answer that. Okay, well, you don't know how to answer.
You would have no idea. You have no idea. You went to work and all of a sudden you came home and your daughter was gone and never came back. I don't know, Candace. What happened to her?
Oh, yeah. Because somebody would have been grilling her, most definitely. What were you doing? Where were you at? Blah, blah, blah.
If this was a legitimate situation, and listen, they wouldn't be together. They're still together, still thick as thieves. They have something to hide.
I've also wondered about that, how long that can last. That's probably the
it'll last forever. It'll last forever because they're codependent.
How can this continue? Because I think, truthfully, Candace wants out. But she's codependent. She's never been on her own. She's never paid bills. She doesn't know how to navigate as a single human being. She doesn't know how to do that.
Oh, she's never done. That's why she's hooked on the first
place. So if she goes out right now and leave, there would already have to be somebody waiting in the wings. You understand what I'm saying? It can't be she's gonna go find somebody. There already has to be
look at me. I'm not doing it.
It's like, what?
I'm not going to be that guy.
Oh my God. She can't get to Canada. She's got to be able to read the signs.
Unless you're dropping a hint. You wanted me to start like putting the moves on her to offer a way out.
She's got to be able to read the signs.
Didn't Benny Keys already try that? Benny slept with Candace.
Oh, don't start.
Absolutely he did.
Where'd you get that nonsense from?
I smelled his fingers.
Oh my God. He ain't been close enough to you for you to smell his damn fingers. You ought to be shaming yourself.
That's the word on the street. Some of these rumors I don't mind. They're funny as shit.
Hey, I won't doubt they had a threesome. Shut up, Angela.
Well, listen, it's probably a rumor that has more truth to it than not. Well, what else was going to go on? Why would he even come down there?
It's supposed to be two guys and a girl, but it was two girls and a guy.
Brandis. She sounds like, for the person that looks like the way that she does and acts the way that she does, I have a hard time imagining her in any sort of like sexual I guess situation. It's like, what? You're telling me that she's like this swinging old lady up there with the doors closed? What the fuck is going on? People getting their freaks on, fighting over fucking Jose with your daughter. This is some high class shit, you know?
I can't even. Somebody says Candace
open the champagne.
Listen, I can't see Don and Candace having sex. So just imagine Benny, Don, Candace.
Oh God! Well, that's what drugs are for, right? The drugs take the
because people do stuff when they get on drugs. We've learned that about a lot of men who use crack ended up, having sex with men for crack cocaine. And in my right mind, I'm telling myself, you've never thought about being with a man. You're not gay. And then you get on crack and now you're giving, to a guy. Oh God, come on.
Well, isn't a blowjob the same in the dark? Doesn't feel the same way in the dark?
Yeah, that's what they say in college. Put a bag over her face. Doesn't matter.
There's all kinds of ways to look at it, I guess. It
depends. Yeah. But what we say? Desperate people do desperate things. So you might start turning tricks with a guy to get your drugs.
Oh, Queen, I got to get the hell out of here.
That's fine. Thanks for joining me. I'm gonna check out.
All right, Queen. I love you. Right. See you,
love
everybody.
You too. Bye, hon. All right, everybody. That's AB. I've been on here so long. Oh my God, 4.5 hours. Pray for me. That's AB, everybody. Check out his content. Please go back to the beginning of this live to get the information pertaining to the shenanigans, the Hee-Haw show and buffoonery pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. It's been a long, treacherous ride to justice. Many people have played a part, or so they thought, in trying to bring justice and information pertaining to the child. But in the end, many people just made a mockery of this young girl and still, to date, are still making a mockery out of the disappearance of Summer Wells. I try to be very transparent in the information I bring to you. I do not follow everyone's content pertaining to this child, the shenanigans of the people who have immersed themselves in the case. But as Mr. AB has come into this live stream, he's brought a little bit of information to the Queen pertaining to Jody Sue and Andy. Sad, nonetheless, if I'm to even believe any of those things said, to me would be even more tragic that other people would be involved in the disappearance and they've been playing off the sympathy of others. But the one thing I have to tell myself is that I talk about complicity all the time on this network, that many people do hold the secret to the disappearance of a person. Many people do know what has happened to another person, and they've held the secret. They never told anybody, never told law enforcement for whatever reason, and they held the secret. So I have to say, this could be the situation here, that other people are involved, know about what happened to Summer, and they're holding the secret for some sick reason. And that to me would be just even more devastating, just because why? Why would you want to? But if you all have a common goal, a common link, perhaps you would carry the secret. Thank you, 101. Thank you all so much for joining me. I will bring you more content pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. I will pick another hypothetical topic to bring pertaining to her disappearance. I do not know what happened to her. It is a tragic tale coming out of Rogersville. But I pray that somebody will tell the truth one day. Are her parents involved? Some of you believe they are. Are others involved? Some of you believe others are involved. But the point is, who's going to tell it? When? Because in order to tell it, you're possibly implicating yourself. And who's going to do that? Some of you have that question. If the parents are involved, who would turn on the other one first? I guess as AB said, whoever gets in the hot seat first. We will see. Thank you for joining me. And once again, if you'd like to donate to this great network, $Bigante, 129 Cash App, stickers and chats, always welcome. Thank you for the stickers, the chats during this live stream. God bless all of you. Stay warm out there. Please check out the content pertaining to the Anthonys. They have taken a polygraph test pertaining to the disappearance of Kaylee Anthony. It aired on A&E last night at 9 p.m. When I get wind of that information, I will discuss that polygraph test of both grandparents. And also check out my content pertaining to Gypsy Rose Blanchard, who just got released from prison. How is she going to fare now that she's free? She's also on social media. Take the polls on my community page. Do you think she should be talking to social media? Naturally, she's grown, free world, do what you want. But is it too soon? And what will happen to that young guy? He got a life sentence for killing her mother. Should he be free? Take the polls. Thank you for listening. This is the Vote XL.